45p tax.
Asking questions today falls to me. The UK government...
I think there's an economic case for it, but I understand a lot of the concerns my colleagues have, and I think we probably ended up in the right place.
Talking of charm offensive, Jacob Rees-Mogg didn't seem to issue much charm this morning, blaming the Bank of England and the interest rate policy for all these financial difficulties. Many economists basically saying he's lost his senses.
I have to say, I didn't see the Business Secretary's comments, but, you know, I mean...
Well, let me just outline what he says. The bank failing to raise rates by only 0.5% rather than 0.75%, as the United States did, is what's caused this difficulty in the markets.
Yeah, I think that Jacob Rees-Mogg knows more about economics than I do. He knows what he's talking about in economics. It's up for the Bank of England to decide interest rates. But, you know, I'm sure if Jacob has made those comments, it's based upon somebody who has a strong grasp of economics.
Right. Does it leave Labour with an open goal to kick the ball in the back of the net when you hear that from the Business Secretary?
It's a disaster. I mean, this is an absolute disaster. For them to be attacking the institutions of this, independent institutions of this country, which they should have been consulting before this disastrous mini-budget, is, you know, it's absolutely laughable. They should, you know, instead of going on charm offensive with her backbenchers, she should be apologising to the thousands of people in this country whose mortgages have gone up by over £500 a month because of the crisis caused by this government.
But Ferriol, presumably, as the Labour Party, you want to raise benefits in line with prices. You probably don't want to see any cuts to public spending. You probably want nurses, firefighters, teachers, all those hard-working public sector workers to get a decent pay rise. So you criticise the Tories for irresponsible borrowing, but I suspect your sums probably don't add up, unless you don't want to do all those things.
Look, the Prime Minister, in her during the leadership contest, promised not to actually cut spending on public services. This is the only reason we are talking about the benefits not going up with the inflation is because of the economic crisis that we're in. That's where we're having to discuss that now. Labour, every promised commitment that Labour has made, we have actually said where the funding is going to come from. So Labour have, you know, we haven't made any commitments that are unfunded, but the Tories should have. This is a crisis that they created.
I think it's extraordinary. It's got the Labour Party dismissing the entire mini-budget. The mini-budget's terrible. But actually, if you break it down, they support the vast majority of the measures. I mean, yesterday...
Well, the
Labour
19
Party,
pence tax rate.
So the NI, you know, reversing the increase in NI, Labour support, basic rate. I think Labour support cutting the basic rate moved a little bit on it.
Said that.
But I think...
Well,
so it's...
Tom, we've been saying then the increase in National Insurance Act, that was wrong from day one. We've been calling on your government not to put it up. So, yes, we do want you to...
So on the one hand, the Labour Party is saying this mini-budget is just a terrible thing. The reality is, the vast bulk of it you support. The vast bulk of it, the Labour Party supports.
You have crushed the economy, Tom. You have crushed the economy, and working people are going to have to pay for it. So the measures you mentioned, we have called...
If the budget's so terrible, why are Labour supporting most of it? You're supporting virtually all of it.
We asked you not to do it in April.
What part are you not supporting?
Let's ask the big question then. Criticising this, how would Labour get growth? Because we're looking at the latest GDP figures, growth in the economy. It shrank 0.3% in August. Clearly, something's got to be done to get the economy going. What would Labour do to actually get growth in the economy?
Look, the way to grow the economy isn't to stop people from spending. What we need to do is put money back in people's pockets. But Labour have set out what we will do.
What we're doing.
Look,
so what, tax cuts, in other words?
For example, how
do you put money in people's pockets without cutting taxes?
You have skilled jobs. We've said someone in the world has got to be a leader on green energy. Why not the UK? Why not create thousands of skilled green jobs up and down this country and be a leader in creating jobs, growing the economy and creating clean energy for this country? Why not do that for this country?
Putting money in people's pockets is exactly what we're doing at the moment, which is presumably why the Labour Party support most of the mini-budget. Actually, vague platitudes about green jobs. It's not a concrete strategy for growth. The Labour Party has no strategy for growth.
Tom, you say that you're putting money in people's pockets.
Yeah.
Unless you're on benefits, because we're not sure what's going to happen on that, because the government have not made a decision.
Yeah.
Boris Johnson had made a decision, but Liz Truss has not. Now, the former Chief Whip, Julian Smith of your party, he said you can't balance the budget on the backs of the poorest people in our country.
Yeah.
Do you want to see benefits rise in line with prices?
No, I mean, I think that no decision has been made on what's going to happen.
Do you wish it had been made, or?
I mean, I think the government has to make a decision, and it has to conduct a full review before it makes that decision. So it can't prematurely make a decision.
Well,
but the Prime Minister's been clear that she has been listening to.
But the OBR said it was ready to give figures at the time of the mini budget. It said it had run the slide rule over the spending plans, so you had the figures there to work on.
We've recently heard that the Chancellor is bringing forward his medium term to the end of this month. So at the end of this month, we will get that. We'll get that certainty. But ultimately, of course, I care about us as a government doing everything we can to support those with the lowest income. Yeah. Many of the measures we've taken in the mini-budget will do that. What we did yesterday on reversing the increases in NI will do that. Cutting basic rate of income tax will do that. The energy price freeze will do that. Unprecedented intervention.
But what about the latest announcement on energy? Has there been yet another U-turn? We're now being told that there will be effectively a windfall tax by the back door on electricity generators, those using wind power, solar, nuclear, who are obviously making a lot of money at the moment because obviously they don't have to buy gas to make electricity. It is a windfall tax now, isn't it?
No, it's not. The whole purpose of the windfall tax is it's primarily motivated about raising money through exchequer. That is not the purpose of this revenue gap. This revenue gap is about a very specific issue, and it actually it's to the benefit of consumers and the prices that they pay. Yeah, well, the intention of this is not to raise money through exchequer.
So what are you doing if you're not raising money? I don't understand that.
Yeah. So you're capping prices but not benefits, but the exchequer is not benefiting.
It's about a specific issue to do with the renewable energy sector, and it's to the benefit of consumers and the prices that they pay.
What does Labour say on this? I think actually the government's called it a cost plus revenue limit, whatever that is.
It looks like a duck. It sounds like a duck. It is a duck.
Quack, quack.
Quack, quack. It is a windfall tax, whatever they want to call it. I'm glad that there is a U-turn, but even the U-turn doesn't look like a proper U-turn because it doesn't come in until next year. So even the fact that the U-turn is still a disaster.
So it's about 175 degrees then instead of the full 180?
Yes.
Just while we wait, we've only got a minute or so, if that, to wait. What would you ask the Prime Minister if you had a Prime Minister's question today?
Good, yeah.
I want her to apologise to the thousands of young people who thought they would have the opportunity to buy their first homes, whose mortgages have gone up and not going to be able to afford it. I want her to apologise. I want to know what she's going to do to help them.
OK, what about your question, Tom? If you had a question for your leader, your Prime Minister?
I have to say, usually, I mean, I'd either ask a very local question, but I'd be seriously tempted to ask the Prime Minister whether she shares my bafflement at the Labour Party's position, which is based on blancmange.
The Speaker is on his feet. We are going to see the first Prime Minister's question time, Liz Truss's first Prime Minister's question time since that so-called mini-budget.
Mr. Speaker, this Saturday marks the first anniversary of the senseless murder of our friend Sir David Amess. David was a superb parliamentarian who brought colleagues across this House together on a huge range of issues. He represented the best of Parliament as a devoted champion of his constituency. Our thoughts are with his wife Julia and his 5 children, as well as the people of Southend, which now stands tall as a city in testament to David's tireless work. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others, and in addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
I knew Sir David, and I share the Prime Minister's sentiments completely. Spooking the markets and increasing the cost of borrowing, increasing the cost of mortgages was almost certainly an act of gross incompetence rather than malevolence. But going back on the commitment to end no-fault evictions is an act of extreme callousness. Can the Prime Minister reassure the 11 million private renters in this country that she will carry out the commitment to get rid of no-fault evictions?
I can.
Julian Sturdy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a recent visit to the children's ward at York Hospital, I was shocked to learn that paediatric waiting time targets are the same as that of adult patients. So as we know, any delay to treatment for young patients can have a damaging effect on development and their future prospects. So can I ask the Prime Minister to look at this as a matter of urgency?
Well, I'm very, very sorry to hear about the situation for young people at York Hospital, and I'm pleased to say that this is an issue that my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is focused on in her plan for patients. We are making sure that people can access treatment as soon as possible. We're delivering record staffing numbers and putting in place record levels of funding.
Comes the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join with the Prime Minister in her comments about Sir David? She spoke for the whole House when she made those comments, and I know how deeply his loss was felt on the opposite benches, and we extend our best wishes across at this important time. Mr. Speaker, I also want to send my heartfelt condolences to the families of all those who tragically lost their lives in Chrysler last week. Donegal is a special place to me and my family and across this House. The people there are in all of our thoughts. Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Business Secretary toured the TV studios arguing that the turmoil in the markets has nothing to do with her budget. Does the Prime Minister agree with him?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we have done is we have taken decisive action. We have taken decisive action to make sure that people are not facing energy bills of £6,000 for 2 years. And I think we remember the opposition is only talking about 6 months. We've also taken decisive action to make sure that we are not facing the highest taxes for 70 years in the face of a global economic slowdown. And what we're making sure is that we protect our economy at this very difficult time internationally. And as a result of our action, Mr. Speaker, and this has been independently corroborated, we will see higher growth and lower inflation.
Mr. Speaker, avoiding the question, ducking responsibility, lost in denial. No wonder investors have no confidence in her government. And this is why it matters. A few weeks ago, Zach and Rebecca from Wolverhampton were all set to buy their first home. Then the government's borrowing spree sent interest rates spiralling and their mortgage offer was withdrawn. I met them last week. They're back to square one. Unable to buy, devastated, sick to the back teeth with excuses and blame shifting. Does the Prime Minister understand why Zach and Rebecca are completely furious with her?
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that when I came into office, people were facing energy bills of up to £6,000 a year. Speaker, the party opposite are shouting that he is opposing the very package that we brought in with energy price guarantee. That was the major part of the mini budget that we announced. And Mr. Speaker, he has refused to confirm whether or not he backs our energy price guarantee for 2 years, which protects families not just this winter, but next winter. What we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, is we are seeing interest rates rising globally. They are rising globally in the face of Putin's appalling war in Ukraine. And what we are doing is helping people with lower stamp duty, helping people with their energy costs, reducing inflation with our energy package, and keeping taxes low. And I notice that the honourable gentleman had a Damascus conversion last night when he backed our cut to national insurance.
Mr. Speaker, the economy is in turmoil. People are really worried. This is really not the time to descend into absolutely nonsense attacks about last night. There's no point trying to hide it. Everyone can see what has happened. The Tories went on a borrowing spree, sending mortgage rates through the roof. They are skyrocketing by £500 a month. And for nearly 2 million homeowners, their fixed rate deals are coming to an end next year. They're worried sick, and everybody in this House knows it. They won't forgive. They won't forget, and nor should they. When will she stop ducking responsibility, do the right thing, and reverse her kamikaze budget, which is causing so much pain?
Mr. Speaker, last night the Labour Party supported bringing down national insurance. And is he really?
I won't see the Prime Minister. I'm sorry if her own party doesn't, but I certainly do.
Mr. Speaker, I'm genuinely unclear about what
I think we don't want an early bath at this stage. The Rugby World Cup's coming. Don't start it too soon. Just let's hear the questions and certainly the answers, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm genuinely unclear as to what the Labour Party's policy is on our energy price guarantee. It was the biggest part of our mini budget. Are the opposition saying they want to reverse it and they want to see people facing energy bills of £6,000? Is that what he's saying?
Here's Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knows very well that on this side we voted against the national insurance in the first place. She voted for it. So who's doing the U-turn? Honestly. Last week, the Prime Minister was forced to U-turn on her unfunded tax cut for the super wealthy. This week, she's beginning to realise that she needs to extend the windfall tax, one step behind the CEO of Shell. But she's still going ahead with £18 billion of tax cuts for the richest businesses, and they didn't even ask for it. She's still gift-wrapped a stamp duty cut for landlords, just as renters feel the pinch. And she's still holding out tax cuts for those who live off stocks and shares. Why does she expect working people to pick up the bill for her unfunded tax cuts for those at the top?
I notice that the Leader of the Opposition is still not saying whether or not he supports our energy price guarantee. This is very relevant, Mr. Speaker, because it is the biggest part. It is the biggest part of our mini budget. It's the biggest part of the mini budget. The fact is that all the opposition have said is that people should be supported for 6 months. Does he think that in March pensioners should be facing very high energy bills? Because that's what will happen if he doesn't support our energy price guarantee.
Mr. Speaker, not even attempting to answer the questions now. I gently remind her that the idea of freezing energy bills was a Labour idea, which she then took on. During her leadership contest, the Prime Minister said, and I quote her exactly, "I'm very clear. I'm not planning public spending reductions." Is she going to stick to that?
Prime Minister.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What we are... Look, Mr. Speaker, we are spending almost £1 trillion of public spending. We were spending 700 billion back in 2010. What we will make sure is that over the medium term, the debt is falling. But we will do that not by cutting public spending, but by making sure we spend public money well. And the honourable gentleman talks about our spending, which he doesn't seem to support, on the energy price guarantee. But the reality is he can't criticise us on one hand for spending money, on the other hand claiming we're cutting public expenditure.
They can cheer. I hope they listen very, very carefully to that last answer, because other people will listen very, very carefully to it. Who voted? Who voted for this? Who voted for this? Who voted for this? Not homeowners paying an extra 500 extra on their mortgages. Who voted this? Not working people paying for tax cuts to the largest companies. Who voted for this? Not even most of the MPs behind her who know you can't pay for tax cuts on the never, never. Does she think the public will ever forgive the Conservative Party if they keep on defending this madness and go ahead with a kamikaze budget?
Mr. Speaker, what our budget has delivered is security for families for the next 2 winters. It's made sure that we're going to see higher economic growth, lower inflation and more opportunities. The way that we will get our country growing is through more jobs, more growth, more opportunities, not through higher taxes, higher spending and his friends in the union stopping hard-working people get to work.
Come on, Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to see growth and jobs in East Cornwall, and I believe an investment zone could help this. Would the Prime Minister back the honourable member for North Cornwall and myself, who are supporting a zone for Liskeard and Bodmin area?
Well, I want to see more jobs, more opportunities, more homes for local people in Cornwall. And I know that's what my honourable friend is working towards with her colleagues. And I'm delighted we're bringing forward these investment zones that are going to give those opportunities to local people.
We now come to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister on the murder of David Amos a year ago, and thoughts and prayers very much with Julia and his family. And of course, we think very much of those in Crestla that have been caught up in the terrible tragedy there as well. I would have hoped that if the Prime Minister is making public spending commitments today, that she would have said that those that rely on social security benefits will get their benefits uprated in line with inflation. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister last stood at the dispatch box, the average 2-year fixed rate mortgage stood at 4.5%. They are now at 6.5% and rising, hitting average families with an extra £450 a month in mortgage payments every single month over and above what they were paying. 37 days into the job, this is literally the cost of the Prime Minister's incompetence. It is the price households are paying, and all because of the Chancellor that she chose. Will she now give up her desperate plan to save her Chancellor's skin by scapegoating the Governor of the Bank of England?
Mr. Speaker, the action we have taken has meant that families in Scotland and across the United Kingdom are not facing gargantuan energy bills. And what the Honourable Gentleman and his friends in Scotland could do to help us out is build the nuclear power stations that are going to help our energy security, help us get more gas out of the North Sea to help deliver on a more secure energy future for all of our people.
Ian Blackford.
Mr. Speaker, if she wants to ask us questions, we can swap places. But, you know, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister is ignoring the damage of the chaos of the mini-budget. She is worrying about saving the Chancellor's job. But many families are now worried, not just about heating their homes, but keeping their homes, Prime Minister. The scale of this Tory crisis is frightening. 100,000 households a month are up for mortgage renewals. People can't afford to pay an extra £4,500 a year in interest, and plenty are already falling behind. The Prime Minister and her Chancellor have completely lost control. The only thing growing under this government are mortgages, rents and bills. Is that what she really meant when she declared herself a pro-growth Prime Minister?
Well, we have taken action on helping families heat their homes. And that's been very important, and I would love to see more support on delivering the energy security we need. Interest rates are rising globally. That is a fact. And interest rates are a decision for the Independent Bank of England. But I want to do all I can to help families across Britain. But the way we're going to help them is by delivering economic growth, by making sure we have the jobs and opportunities in Scotland and right across the UK. And what independent forecasters have shown is that following our intervention, economic growth is going to be higher than it would have been if we hadn't acted. And that is vitally important for the jobs, the opportunities and the livelihoods, and helping make sure people are able to put food on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Way navigation winds through the heart of Guildford and is a much treasured part of our local environment. I welcome the announcement by the DEFRA Secretary last week that the Environment Agency will be able to increase fines on water companies for serious breaches of the rules to up to £250 million per breach. Will my right honourable friend confirm that no MP voted to discharge sewage into our waterways and that it is beneath the opposition parties and their activists to keep repeating this outright lie?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right about our support for cleaner water. And what we're doing about it, which the honourable lady has asked from a sedentary position, is we have increased, and my right honourable friend, the DEFRA Secretary, has increased the fines for water companies 100 times if they discharge sewage into waterworks in an illegal way. We've acted.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I associate my colleagues and I with the remarks made about the tragic events in Creesla in County Donegal, and our prayers continue to be with that devastated community. Does the Prime Minister agree with me in welcoming the renewed negotiations with the European Union about the Northern Ireland Protocol, that the outcome of those negotiations must reflect the objectives outlined by the Government in the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill, and that this is the key to unlocking the door to political stability in Northern Ireland?
Well, I very much agree with the honourable gentleman. We need to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. That means making sure that we have free-flowing trade, east-west as well as north-south. It means making sure that the people of Northern Ireland can benefit from the same tax benefits as people in Great Britain. And it means resolving the issues over governance and regulation. Now, I would prefer to achieve that through a negotiated solution with the EU. But if we're not able to do that, we can't allow the situation to drift. We have to proceed with the Northern Ireland Protocol Bill.
Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Addressing health inequalities is a key part of levelling up, and so I welcome this week's news of £50 million to fund research into health disparities. We know poor health affects not only life expectancy, but also prosperity and more widely economic resilience and growth. Therefore, would my right honourable friend consider a future expansion of these research schemes to other parts of the North and the Greater Manchester region to encourage more healthcare research partnerships between our great universities and our local authorities?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right that this health research is vitally important. I know that my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is looking at whether and where the scheme can be expanded, and we will be doing further commissioning rounds to look at that issue.
John McNally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, you've had a holiday check, I think, in Birmingham where you're preaching to the choir, although the few MPs appear to be singing from a different song sheet. Prime Minister, your government is now outrageously flirting with disaster, financially and socially. As we've just heard, the increase in mortgage repayments will dwarf the rise in heating bills. How will you cope with the resultant increase in homelessness?
I don't think I'm responsible as you, but I'm sure the Prime Minister will take that on board. Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we have done as a government is we've acted decisively to deal with the very severe energy crisis we are facing. We are facing a severe energy crisis. We're also facing a slowdown in economic growth globally due to Putin's war in Ukraine. And not acting is not an option.
Gail Pumman.
The energy price guarantee is a key part of the growth plan, but too few businesses and households know about it, even if the Labour Party don't support it. Can I urge you to have a nationwide mail-out campaign to communicate what the government is doing to assess people on reduction of energy, and more particularly have a reduction of energy campaign by the public service so that we don't go down the route of spending too much on consumption, we reduce supply.
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right, and I know the Energy Secretary is working on a plan to help companies and individuals use energy more efficiently. We're also working on this across government. I was delighted to speak to my friend yesterday, and I hope we'll be able to start this going in number 10 straight away.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the lockdown, we clapped them, and then we laid wreaths for healthcare staff who had died on the front line. And how quickly our nurses have gone from the country's heroes to this government's villains, offered a derisory 72 pence a week pay rise, and then painted as militants for daring, having the audacity for balloting for industrial action for the first time in a century. Prime Minister, claps don't pay the bills, and neither does 72 pence pay rise. Nurses are leaving the NHS and the droves feeling abandoned by this government. Surely, even the Prime Minister agrees that the government has its priorities wrong when unshackling the bonuses of the bankers and at the same time offering derisory pay rises to our treasured NHS staff.
Well, first of all, can I say what a brilliant job our fantastic nurses do across the country. And the figures he's quoting are simply wrong. The independent pay review body recommended a £1,400 rise on average, and that is what the government's committed to delivering.
Natalie Alfie.
Following the loss of 27 lives last winter in the Channel, the UK government offered joint patrols to the French on the beaches. Could my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, confirm that she renewed this offer to President Macron when they met, and further, that there'll be no new money, no fresh agreement with the French, unless they agree to joint beach patrols and a joint security crossing across the Channel to bring an end to the small boats crisis for good?
Well, the Home Secretary is committed to dealing with this very, very difficult issue of the small boats in the Channel. We do need to sort it out. We're committed to legislating, and we're also committed to getting an agreement with the French government. I did discuss it with President Macron last week, and the Home Secretary is following up.
Owen Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this Friday, Christine Graham MSP and I are hosting a community drop-in event on the cost of living crisis in Gorebridge. This will be a chance for local residents to come and meet with a range of partners to get advice and guidance on what they can do to help survive the current crisis. Could I extend an invite to the Prime Minister to come to this event on Friday so that my constituents could ask her directly what real-life experience means to address the cost rises that they are facing, and so that she can apologise to them for the disastrous decisions her government are making?
Well, I completely understand that families are struggling, and that is why this government acted within a week of coming into office to put in place the energy price guarantee so people aren't facing £6,000 bills. And that's why we've reversed the increase in national insurance. That's why we're cutting basic rate tax to make sure families are keeping more of their own money. And we're also making sure that the most vulnerable households get an extra £1,200 of support. I hope he is going to communicate that to his constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first thank the Prime Minister for her warm words on Sir David Amess, who is sorely missed in this place. Small and medium-sized enterprises are the lifeblood of our economy, and I warmly welcome the expansion of the small business threshold. Does my right honourable friend agree that only the Conservative Party is on the side of enterprise with the determination to unleash the full potential of our great country?
Well, we understand in the Conservative Party who pays our wages. And it's the people who get up every day and go to work. It's the businesses who set up. Those are the people driving our economy. And we will be unashamedly pro-growth, pro-business and pro-opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents were absolutely delighted that the fracking application in West Lancashire was withdrawn after a moratorium was declared. Since then, we've not seen any new scientific evidence that indicates fracking would now be safe. So, despite this, the government have decided to reverse that moratorium, committing to grant fracking licences only in areas that have local consent. So I would be grateful if the Prime Minister would reassure West Lancashire residents, my constituents, and please explain in detail how she will honour her statement that fracking licences, none of them will be forced on communities that don't want it.
Well, first of all, can I offer my best wishes to the Honourable Lady on her appointment as the Chair of the Merseycare NHS Trust. I can absolutely assure her and colleagues around the House that fracking will only go ahead in areas where there is local community support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks ago, a bomb in Afghanistan killed 35 girls and young women. They were Hazaras from the country's second largest ethnic minority who are being massacred under the Taliban. Today, outside Parliament, Hazaras from across the UK, including from my constituency, are gathering, calling for international support to stop the slaughter. And we're joined here today by representatives of the Hazara Council of Great Britain. Will my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, support the Hazaras in trying to stop the killings and arrange for her ministers to meet their representatives?
Well, it is extremely concerning what is taking place in Afghanistan, and I'm afraid the reversal of women's rights and women's opportunities. And one of the things we have done is make sure we're restoring the aid budget for women and girls, and I'm sure my friend, the right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, will be very happy to meet the group and discuss further.
Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's botched budget gave unfunded tax cuts to some of the richest companies, whilst across the country there are hospitals who worry that their roofs might collapse at any moment. Hitchinbrook Hospital, Frimley Park Hospital and Queen Elizabeth Hospital in the Prime Minister's own local area. These are just three of a number of hospitals who need hundreds of millions of pounds, some of them urgently. So will the Prime Minister promise that every affected hospital will be given the money they need to fix these dangerous roofs in the next 12 months?
Well, I do want to correct the Honourable Lady, because what we are doing is simply not putting up corporation tax. It's not a tax cut, we're just not raising corporation tax. And I feel it would be wrong in a time when we are trying to attract investment into our country, at a time of global economic slowdown, to be raising taxes, because it will bring less revenue in. And the way that we are going to get the money to fund our National Health Service, the way that we're going to get money to fund our schools, is by having a strong economy with companies investing and creating jobs.
I fully support this government's growth agenda, Prime Minister. Would she agree with me
that this can be achieved whilst also protecting and restoring our precious nature and ecosystems and working with our farmers so that we do meet our legally binding target to restore nature by 2030. I know she understands this. She has precious talk streams in her own constituency, and will she agree that if we get this right, there will be more jobs, skills, opportunities, because every nation in the world depends on its natural environment.
Well, my honourable friend did a fantastic job promoting the natural environment when she was at DEFRA. We are going to deliver economic growth in an environmentally friendly way. What this is about improving the processes and deliver better outcomes, both for the environment whilst making sure we have a growing economy as well. And those two things go hand in hand.
Mothers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister wants us to believe that fracking will reduce our energy bills, but it was not so long ago that her Chancellor said that those calling for fracking's return misunderstand the situation and that no amount of shale gas will be enough to lower the European price any time soon. So, Prime Minister, is the Chancellor wrong about that?
That's right, Justin.
We are pulling every lever to improve our energy supply in Britain. Whether it's the North Sea and opening up more opportunity there, which the opposition frontbench are against, whether it's fracking, whether it's more renewables, which I'm very supportive of, whether it's more solar panels in the right place, whether it's more nuclear power stations, which are opposed by the SNP. We are doing everything we can because we can never be in a situation again where we are dependent on authoritarian regimes for our energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past week, serious safeguarding failures by the children's charity Mermaids have come to light. Revelations that the charity sent breast-flattening devices to young girls behind their parents' back, promoted harmful medical and surgical procedures to children, hired a trustee with links to paedophile organisations, and a digital engagement manager who posted pornographic images online, including of himself dressed as a schoolgirl. For years, despite whistleblowers raising alarm, Mermaids have had unfettered access to vulnerable children. Does my right honourable friend agree that it has taken far too long for these concerns to be taken seriously? And does she also agree that it is high time for a police investigation into the activities of Mermaids and its staff?
It's very important that under 18s are able to develop their own decision-making capabilities and not be forced into any kind of activity. And what I would say on the subject of the investigation she raises, of course those matters should be raised and should be properly looked at.
Sir Aldby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For my constituents in Richmond Park and for communities across South West London, from Wimbledon to Elmbridge, any expansion of Heathrow would be disastrous. A third runway would see over 6 million more tonnes of carbon pumped into the atmosphere every year and 2 million households affected by increased noise levels. Last week, the Transport Secretary said she supported Heathrow expansion. The Prime Minister has previously stated she would support a fourth runway. So, does the Prime Minister stand by her previous comments, or will she rule out government support for construction of a third runway at Heathrow?
Well, I absolutely agree with what the Transport Secretary said in her comments. And what we need to do is make sure that industries like the air industry become more environmentally friendly. You know, I support the development of low carbon technology in those sectors. That's the way we will help grow the economy but also serve the environment.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm delighted to hear the Prime Minister be such a champion for nuclear. My question is, when will the mission and plan for Great British Nuclear be announced? The market needs the confidence to invest in new nuclear, like Wilbur in my constituency of Arnismore, to help us achieve net zero for our energy security and to get thousands of high-quality jobs.
Well, I can tell my honourable friend that Great British Nuclear will be set up this year and it will be bringing forward new nuclear projects. I'm delighted about her support for Wilfer and to make sure that we have nuclear power provided in Wales. I'd just like to see it right across the United Kingdom too.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I welcome her to her place. I'm not sure how you measure a good honeymoon, Mr. Speaker. But after 5 weeks of a crisis conceived in Downing Street of crashing pensions, interest rates rising, mortgage market turmoil and complete financial chaos, the country has been left wanting divorce. In 2 recent polls, 60% of this country want an immediate general election. The Prime Minister claims she's in listening mode. Will she give way to the public?
Mr. Speaker, I think the last thing we need is a general election.
That concludes Prime Minister's questions. Let the people leave.
Prime Minister's questions for another week. We're going to return to the Commons when the Shadow Chancellor has an urgent question on the economic situation in the country. But before we do that, our political reporter Catherine Foster is in the studio with us. So instant analysis while they're all moving about and swapping seats.
Well, one very significant statement, which was Keir Starmer said, "Can you rule out public spending reductions?" And the Prime Minister said, absolutely. Now, only yesterday, the IFS were talking about a £60 billion black hole. So she has said that very clearly, and that's very interesting. Also, I think noticeable was rather glum faces on the Conservative backbenchers. Lots of people not looking terribly happy. Penny Mordaunt sitting immediately behind her as well. But, you know, she came out fighting and she was very keen to stress it's a global problem.
The Shadow Chancellor is on her feet. Rachel Reeves with that urgent question on the economic situation. Chief Secretary to the Treasury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor of the Exchequer is in Washington having meetings with the IMF and is... which have been routine meetings that have been long scheduled.
Can I say, I know it's the first Wednesday back, we're all excitable, a little calm so I can hear the Minister. Come on, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Routine meetings that have been long scheduled and certainly not a cause for exuberance or overexcitement from the benches opposite. Mr. Speaker, as we know, the world has faced surging energy prices since Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We've seen high inflation, very high inflation across the Western world, and we've seen a cycle of increasing interest rates across Western economies as well. Across many Western economies. But let me reassure the House that the fundamentals of the United Kingdom's economy remain resilient. Unemployment at 3.5% is the lowest it's been in my lifetime. And for the record, I was born in 1976. Economic growth last year, the calendar year 2021, was the highest of any G7 country, 7.5%. And just yesterday, the IMF forecast that economic growth, GDP growth, this current year in the UK would be at 3.6%. Once again, for the second consecutive year, the highest of any G7 country. So our economy is in resilient condition. But I know that many families are worried about the challenges we face, and that is why just a few weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, we introduced the energy price guarantee. Families were genuinely fearful that they might face energy bills this winter of £3,000, £4,000, £5,000, £6,000 or even £7,000 per year. But that energy price guarantee will ensure the average household sees energy prices no higher than £2,500 on average, not for 6 months like the Labour plan, but for 2 years. And we also introduced a growth plan to get our economy growing, to see wages sustainably rising, to see good jobs created, and to create a sustainable tax base to fund our public services. This government has a growth plan. The opposition has no plan. But Mr. Speaker, we intend to do this in a way that is fiscally responsible, and that is why on the 31st of October, in less than 3 weeks' time, the Chancellor of the Exchequer will set out the medium-term fiscal plan, explaining to the House exactly how he will do that and how we will continue the UK's track record of having the highest growth in the G7, not just last year, but this year as well.
Rachel Reeves.
Mr. Speaker, people are facing insecurity, instability and deep anxiety, and they deserve answers. Conservative economic policy has caused mayhem with financial markets, have pushed up mortgage costs and put pension funds in peril, and it's wiped £300 billion of the UK stock and bond markets, all directly caused by the choices of this government. The mini-budget just 19 days ago was a bonfire made up of unfunded tax cuts, excessive borrowing and repeated undermining of economic institutions. It was built and then set ablaze by a Conservative Party totally out of control. Not disruptors, but pyromaniacs. And that fire has now spread. And yet government deny all responsibility. So will the Minister tell the House what guarantees will the government give that the currency slide will stop and that people's pensions are safe? How do they expect people to pay £500 more a month on average on their mortgages? How many more repossessions of family homes will there be if the government do not change course? How much more is the government borrowing on debt interest because of higher borrowing costs? While ministers desperately try to blame global conditions, why is it that no other central bank in the world has had to step in 3 times in less than 3 weeks to protect financial stability? The country now faces a very serious situation. Ahead of the ending of the Bank of England's emergency operations this Friday, what action will the government take to ensure that their budget doesn't have further consequences for financial stability or for people's pensions? Mr. Speaker, this is a Tory crisis made in Downing Street, but it is ordinary working people who are paying the price. And it can only be resolved when the Conservatives put aside their pride and reverse this catastrophic mini-budget, and they must do so now.
Well, the Shadow Chancellor calls for a reversal of the growth plan, yet at the first opportunity last night, they voted for it. She asked about mortgage rates. Let me point out to the Shadow Chancellor that mortgage rates around the world have been on an upward trajectory all year. And in fact, if we compare base rates in the United Kingdom to the United States, she will be aware that in both countries the base rate started this year at 0.25%. In the UK, the base rate is currently 2.25. In the US, it is 3.25, a full percentage point higher. She referenced borrowing costs. She should be aware, I'm sure she is aware, that 2-year government bond yields are about the same in the US as they are in the UK. The US bond yields have been going up in the course of this year as well. She referenced the currency. The dollar has shown strength against a basket of currencies throughout this calendar year. And if she looks at the dollar strengthening against the euro, it strengthened about 15% this calendar year. It strengthened about 15%. It strengthened about 15% against sterling. Very, very similar figures. She asked about the cost of living as well. We are very mindful of that. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we have introduced a £37 billion package to help people, disproportionately targeted at people on lower incomes, so the people on the 1/3 of lower incomes receive £1,200. That is why we've introduced, on I think the second or third day in office, the energy price guarantee, making sure people don't pay on average more than £2,500 instead of facing bills of £5,000 or £6,000, not for 6 months like the Labour Party offered, but for 2 years. That's why the national minimum wage last April was increased by a large amount. That's why the national insurance threshold was increased up to £12,500 in July. So people on lower incomes now pay virtually no national insurance or income tax. That's the package of measures that this government has introduced, because we stand on the side of working people and we've taken the steps needed to support them.
We come to the chair of the Select Committee, Mel Stride.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor, was quite right to have brought forward the date for the medium-term plan and the OBR forecast. He has, of course, a huge challenge now in landing those plans to reassure the markets. He has to get the fiscal rules right. He has to come forward with spending restraint and revenue raisers that are politically deliverable. Given the huge challenges, there are many, myself included, who believe that it is quite possible that he will simply have to come forward with a further rowing back on the tax announcements that he made on the 23rd of September. So could I ask my right honourable friend to confirm that that possibility is still on the table?
Well, I thank the Select Committee Chairman for his counsel, which I know the Chancellor always listens to very carefully. Of course, the Select Committee Chairman, I think, suggested publicly that the date for the medium-term fiscal plan should be brought forward, along with others, and the Chancellor listened to the Select Committee Chair and responded by bringing forward the date from November the 23rd to October the 31st. There are not any plans to reverse any of the tax measures announced in the growth plan. There is, I think, a measure of consensus. Indeed, the Labour Party voted just last night for the reduction in national insurance, because we want to make sure the UK is a competitive jurisdiction where companies and high potential individuals who are internationally mobile choose to come to the United Kingdom to locate and to grow. But we do, of course, as the Select Committee Chairman says, need to make sure we do this in a way that is fiscally responsible, to make sure that debt over GDP does fall in the medium term, and the strategy, the plan, will lay out exactly how that will be achieved to the House in detail, scored by the OBR on October the 31st.
West MP spokesperson, Alison Thulas.
Mel Stride not looking too impressed with that answer from Chris Philp. Just to remind you, Mel Stride is the chairman of the Treasury Select Committee, a very important voice within the government and the Tory party. Catherine is still with us because Mel Stride was basically asking to get the fiscal rules right. Many believe that we have to come forward with rowing back, the phrase he used, on tax plans, i.e. reverse the mini-budget or some of the conditions of the mini-budget. Clearly, Chris Philp saying no plans to do that.
They are saying that. Number 10 were also saying this morning no changes, but it was reported in The Independent that the Prime Minister really has been very worried by the reaction to the mini-budget and the ongoing turmoil in the markets. So something clearly is going to have to give, because she said now during PMQs, no cuts to public spending.
Absolutely was the word she used.
Absolutely. Probably partly because they realise that they simply won't be able to get the numbers, because they won't be able to bring enough Conservative MPs with them on that. So then what do? They're going to have to somehow square this circle. Does that mean they go back to the anything but mini budget and start to remove things? I mean, specifically the corporation tax.
Exactly. That could be a revenue raiser, because what Mel Stride said is either spending restraint, she said absolutely not, or revenue raisers that are politically acceptable. That strikes me as the corporation tax, or the refusal to introduce Rishi Sunak's corporation tax rise. That's potential.
Which was from 19 to 25%.
Yeah, so that would bring in a significant amount of revenue.
That would save them a lot of money, because, of course, currently 19 was due to rise to 25% Next year, they've said, no, we're going to keep it at 19. That's a big chunk. If they do go with that, there was some talk about maybe they would soften that by saying, OK, well, we're still going to get there, but maybe incrementally. But whatever they do, it's going to look like weakness, isn't it? Because they've come out so strongly. Tax cuts, this is the way forward, this is the way we get growth. And of course, Kwasi Kwarteng and Liz Truss passionately believe that this is the right plan for the country, but something is going to have to give.
Yeah, I guess we should just add, because it is an important point, and Chris Philp picked up on this, that Labour last night voted on one of those tax cuts, and that is the reduction in national insurance. And I think, obviously, Liz Truss referred to that in Prime Minister's questions as well. So Labour has voted for some of the cuts already. So politically, it's a difficult game to play for Labour.
I think Labour are going to start to come under much more scrutiny, aren't they, now that they're beginning to be seen as a potential government in waiting, because on the one hand, Rachel Reeves is going reverse this catastrophic kamikaze budget, but at the same time, the Labour Party are supporting measures within it. They are supporting the drop in the base rate of income tax from 20 to 19p. Yeah. They have supported the taking off the national insurance.
Which they voted against when it was introduced by Rishi Sunak. They voted against that.
Yeah. They were consistent in that, as Keir Starmer did point out. But certainly, and they also haven't been clear on whether or not they support the energy price freeze, although, of course, it was originally a Labour idea that was suggested in mid-August.
But paid for partially paid for by the windfall tax.
Well, partially paid for
so
by the
windfall tax. So cost less.
Yeah, but I mean, there was never quite add up.
What about the mood music? Because Jacob Rees-Mogg went on all the airwaves. He's speaking to us a little later, so stay with us for that. Basically, seemingly blaming the Bank of England not raising interest rates far and fast enough for all this financial turmoil. Now, we've had Treasury Select Committee as well as for what we've just seen. A professor from the National Institute of Economic Social Research talking of guerrilla tactics against economic institutions contributing to the market turmoil. The Treasury, the Bank of England, the OBR. So clearly the way the government is trying to get the message out there, nuance it, is annoying a lot of very august people. Economists.
Well, it is. And of course, because they came in saying, we're going to shake things up, we're going to be disruptors. No, they're going to announce these plans. They didn't feel the need to get an accompanying OBR forecast. That, of course, has really come back to bite them because things are done in a certain way, so the markets know where they are. So this attempt to sort of veer away from that is costing them dearly. And the Bank of England, I mean, in fairness, the Bank of England has not been entirely clear over the last 24 hours because,
to say the least,
they seem to have changed approach and the support will end on Friday, but they may give further support. No, the support will end on Friday. But nevertheless, the government really do need to work with the Bank of England because this sort of blame game is not going to do anything to reassure the market.
Yeah, exactly.
And she's running this charm offensive with her own MPs. Just how charming does she need to be to get them back on side? Or is the level of unrest overstated that we read about?
Oh, I don't think it's overstated. I mean, look at the faces, and still within the cabinet. I mean, it was reported at the weekend that Penny Mordaunt is actively restarting her campaign.
Seriously?
Well, sorry, Catherine, say
is actively, plotting to get her leadership campaign back.
Well, and the other whisper that at least 20 letters have gone in to Sir Graham Brady, the 1922 committee chairman.
Possibly, but I mean, no one knows. No one knows. But Suella Braverman as well. Obviously, she's Home Secretary. She has rocked the boat and is continuing to do so over her comments on immigration. She wants to get immigration down. Today it's reported that the Indian trade deal has been jeopardised because of her comments last week saying that people from India tend to be more likely to overstay their visas, and India is now apparently incandescent. So she will really need to work very, very hard. She'll be in the tea room now. She's meeting with the 1922 committee later, but, most of them did not want her in the job, and it's very difficult to see, really, how she rebuilds support. But the Conservatives, she is the Prime Minister. Yeah. They have got her. What are they going to do?
Yeah. OK, Catherine, for the moment, thank you for that.
Your views now on Prime Minister's questions and also the protests that are taking place outside the House of Commons, House of Parliament at the moment. Dave says, blaming the Russians for the energy price rises when those price rises were planned and put into place months before the Russians invaded Ukraine. Why is nobody calling politicians out on this?
Nick's been in touch to say typical session of PMQs, all bluster, not one word about helping the disabled, he says, with rising costs. Disgusting, 3 exclamation marks.
And Barbara's been in touch on those Just Stop Oil protesters. Why can't the police stop and move the eco protesters? I don't understand. They're blocking the road illegally, blocking ambulances and fire engines and stopping people.
Yes, I do beg your pardon.
Stopping people.
Stopping
reading
people
out
from
Barbara's
reading the
email. Getting to work. Why is it not a removable offence?
Actually, on that very topic, let's just update you on another protest that's been taking place outside the House of Commons, Westminster, while PMQs is taking place. Police have begun to forcibly remove Insulate Britain protesters who've been blocking traffic in Parliament Square. Several protesters removed from the road and taken away in handcuffs to police vans. Press Association reporting more than 20 activists are remaining on the road, many with their hands glued to the pavement. So we'll update you on that just outside Parliament.
We will. You are watching GB Newsday with Mark Longhurst and Gloria De Piero.
Well, more to come in the few hours ahead of us with the latest on the politics, latest on the weather too.
Alex Deakin here with your latest weather update. Bit of a three-way split with the weather today. Much of eastern England staying dry and bright. A mix of sun and showers for Scotland and Northern Ireland, with some rain elsewhere in between, thanks to this weather front that's just slowly ambling across the UK, bringing cloud and outbreaks of rain, particularly to parts of Wales and northwest England through the rest of today. But clearing away from Scotland and Northern Ireland, so skies starting to brighten here with some sunshine, but there will still be a few showers around. Clouding over the Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast, but generally here staying dry and bright. We'll see a bit more rain just creeping into parts of the Midlands and southwest England by the end of the afternoon. With a bit of brightness, temperatures getting into the high teens across the southeast corner. Elsewhere, we're looking at generally 14 or 15 Celsius. Through this evening, we'll see a little bit more of that rain over the Midlands, just drifting south across East Anglia and the southeast. Nothing too heavy, but staying fairly misty and murky across southernmost counties of England, with drizzly rain at times. Elsewhere, many places dry. Quite a chilly night, especially for Scotland, the far north of England. Some frost likely in rural spots here, but cracking start to Thursday with plenty of sunshine around. Some fog patches, and particularly in the south, quite grey, misty, murky. And we'll still have some drizzly rain at times across southernmost counties of England. Some rain as well will come into western parts of Scotland, particularly the Highlands, the Western Isles, where it could get quite blustery. The odd shower for Northern Ireland, but actually a good chunk of the country tomorrow, dry and bright, with decent spells of sunshine and temperatures around average for the middle of October. A bit more of that wet and windy weather will push across northern Scotland, and we'll see some rain spreading through the central belt during Thursday evening. At the same time, some patchy rain still across southernmost counties of England, and then more rain coming back into the northwest. It's all a bit messy really, and stays that way into the outlook. Further spells of rain crossing the country with some sunshine in between.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christie's. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
A very good afternoon to you. 2 minutes past 1. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date today on GB News. The Prime Minister says she's absolutely sticking to her pledge not to cut public spending as she continued to defend her government's budget. Liz Truss fended off questions from the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, in a heated Prime Minister's questions this afternoon. It's her first time at the dispatch box since the Chancellor unveiled the mini-budget. Well, Sir Keir labelled Kwasi Kwarteng's plans as madness and said it had sent the economy into turmoil. Keir Starmer called on Ms Truss and the government to reverse what he called the kamikaze budget.
Who voted for this? Not homeowners paying an extra $500 extra on their mortgages. Who voted this? Not working people paying for tax cuts to the largest companies. Who voted for this? Not even most of the MPs behind her who know you can't pay for tax cuts on the never, never. Does she think the public will ever forgive the Conservative Party if they keep on defending this madness and go ahead with a kamikaze budget?
Yeah. Well, the Prime Minister responded saying the budget has delivered its security for families for the next 2 winters.
It's made sure that we're going to see higher economic growth, lower inflation and more opportunities. The way that we will get our country growing is through more jobs, more growth, more opportunities, not through higher taxes, higher spending and his friends in the union stopping hard-working people get to work.
The Bank of England have confirmed that its emergency bond buying scheme, put in place to stabilise the markets, will close this Friday. Pension funds will need to find billions of pounds before the end of the week to make sure they can withstand market turmoil. The bank had been forced to intervene amid the continuing fallout over the Chancellor's mini-budget. There had been volatile trading of the pound, which saw it dip to below $1.10 overnight before the bank confirmed its position. Official figures show the UK's economy unexpectedly shrank by 0.3% in August. Experts have been expecting economic growth to flatline, not shrink. The Office for National Statistics says consumer-facing services, so retail, hairdressers and hotels, struggled, whilst there was a notable decrease in the manufacturing sector. Some of the fall was partially offset by stronger-than-usual summer performance from professional services like lawyers, accountants and architects. In some other news now, demonstrators from Just Stop Oil have been blocking major thoroughfares in central London. We can find out more and go live to Westminster, where our reporter Alice Porter is on the scene for us. Alice, this is the 12th day of disruption. What's happening where you are?
That's right. We've got two campaign groups that are protesting right in the centre of London. We've got Just Stop Oil, as you say, on their 12th consecutive day, and they are protesting by Downing Street. And I was speaking to the police just now, and they say that is a situation which is ongoing. But Insulate Britain have also glued themselves, for those of you who are watching, around here at Parliament Square. There's around 21 people who have glued themselves. Now, the police are beginning the process of trying to get them removed, but in all likelihood will most likely arrest them. And this is part of a number of arrests we've seen in the capital over the last 10 days or so. The Metropolitan Police said yesterday that they had arrested 270 people in connection with environmental protests in the capital over the last 10 days. A lot of the protesters here say the reason they've picked this location and this time when PMQs is in session is to get their message through to the Prime Minister. But of course, it's causing a huge amount of disruption to the police and for people trying to get about their day in the capital.
Alice, thank you very much. Live for us there in Westminster. And Alice will have more, of course. This is a developing story. Now, the NHS has, for the first time, issued an amber alert over critically low levels of blood supplies.
Yes.
Non-urgent operations requiring blood could be postponed as hospitals have been told to implement plans to protect stocks and prioritise supply. The NHS overall supply of O-type blood, that's the universal type that can be given to anyone, has fallen to below 2 days. The shortages are thought to be due to ongoing staff issues.
That's fine.
Russia's security service says it's detained 8 people in connection with an explosion that damaged a bridge next to annexed Crimea over the weekend. The Kremlin's Federal Security Service say 5 of those held are Russians. The others were Ukrainian and Armenian. Meanwhile, Russian shelling is continuing in Ukraine. NATO defence ministers are meeting in Brussels today to discuss providing Ukraine with additional support. The Supreme Court's hearing the second day of arguments that will determine if the Scottish Parliament can hold another independence referendum. The Court's been asked to decide if Scotland's Parliament has the legal authority to go ahead despite opposition from the UK government. Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon intends to hold a vote next October. The UK government's expected to present its arguments today. You're up to date now on GB News. I'll bring you more as it develops. Now, back to Newsday.
Rosie, thanks very much indeed. You're watching GB Newsday. Coming up, we'll be speaking to former world heavyweight boxing champion Vladimir Klitschko, live once more from Kiev about the latest situation in Ukraine, but more on our top story now.
Now, another day, another scare to the UK economy with the pound yo-yoing against the dollar again, falling sharply this morning and crawling back up in the past few hours.
Yeah, that was the noise of it falling. According to the Office for National Statistics, the UK economy is shrinking by 0.3% in August, bringing with it, of course, the threat of recession. The government now facing mounting pressure with that market turbulence since the mini-budget last month. The Bank of England then announcing it will end its emergency support on the financial markets, the gilt markets at least, on Friday.
But in Prime Minister's questions earlier in the Commons, the Prime Minister assured MPs that government action will lead the UK to, she said, higher growth and lower inflation.
Well, joining us to talk through exactly what that means, our economics and business editor, Liam Halligan, with On the Money. And Liam, we will share with our listeners and viewers that you asked the question when you came in, where on earth do we start? I mean, it is just a soup of bad news, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like a news tsunami.
Yeah.
Having said that, I mean, that ONS statistic we cited there, the Office for National Statistics, that's a monthly figure. And I wouldn't say it shows, I'd say it suggests the economy shrinking, because monthly figures are often revised 2 or 3 times before
it's 0.1% the month before.
Before they become official figures. And also, last month, of course, we lost quite a lot of days of economic activity because we had bank holidays because of the Queen's funeral. I mean, it's not a rosy picture, but it might not be that the economy's shrinking. And indeed, the IMF, it doesn't seem to do Britain many favours at the moment. Its prediction is that the UK economy will actually grow by 3.6% during the year as a whole, because we did strong growth in the early part of the year, which is faster than any other big G7 economy. So the jury's out in terms of growth. And on the pound, I think yo-yoing is a good phrase. It has been bouncing around. As of now, it's up at $1.11. It's recovered a fair bit so far. And as the market has absorbed this confirmation from Andrew Bailey, the Governor of the Bank of England, talking at in Washington, D.C. at the meetings of the IMF and the World Bank, confirming that the Bank of England would withdraw its support for the gilt market, as you say, the market where the government sells its debt so it can get money on top of tax revenues to do all the things that the government needs to do. I think the market now has swallowed that. There seems to be a bit of calm. Gilt yields, which drive mortgage rates, are now coming down slightly, but they still remain a lot higher than they were before the mini-budget.
I have 3 questions for you, if I may.
Only 3?
3, right, OK. Are our pensions safe? Have mortgage rates peaked? I mean, arguably that the peak is too high now, but is that the peak? And what about prices? Food, will that come down? What's the forecast for those three things that affect all our daily life?
Absolutely. So pension safe. If you're receiving your pension, then that's safe because by law that's been annuitised, and the money has been put aside to pay for your pension. I think if you have a pension that is sort of accumulating, then that's always subject to market vagaries, unless it's a final salary pension in which but even then the company, if you have a state final salary pension, of course that is guaranteed. But if you have a company final salary pension, then that itself is subject to whether or not your company survives. That's something we've learnt to our cost over the last 10 or 20 years or so. So I think the pensions issue will kind of will be largely resolved. It's quite a complicated situation. It's to do with the fact that pension funds have been borrowing money to try and magnify their returns at a time when the interest rates across the economy have been so low. So that's the first thing. But, I'll talk about that a lot more in the sort of weeks and months ahead. In terms of mortgage rates, has it peaked? Almost certainly no.
Right.
That's because we are in the middle of a long-term global turn in the interest rate cycle as we move away from ultra-low interest rates. The question, the reality is, though, Gloria, that even with mortgage rates where they currently are, up around 6% on average, maybe slightly higher now, up from like 4.5% before the mini budget, and up from like 2.5% in January, so there's been a sort of long-term adjustment. That's much lower than when, in the late 90s, the early 2000s, when many people our age sort of bought a property in their late 20s, early 30s. But the amount of money that people are spending on their mortgages now is just as high because they've bought much more expensive houses. And so that mortgage, older people that say, in my day, interest rates were 15 or 20%, we just got on with it. Yeah, but you bought a much cheaper house because houses were much more affordable. And just briefly on your third question, the fact that the pound has lost quite a lot of value from like $1.20 2 months ago to $1.10 now, that makes all our imports more expensive. And we import a lot of stuff that people need, necessities. We import a lot of fuel, for instance. That's priced in dollars, oil's priced in dollars. So when you see the pound coming down, that's going to make petrol and diesel more expensive. And we also import, believe it or not, for such a fertile country, quite a lot of food, particularly processed food.
Can I ask you about the blame game? Because we'll be talking to Jacob Rees-Mogg here on Newsday. He went public this morning seemingly blaming the Bank of England for a lot of these problems in not raising interest rates high enough and early enough. A lot of economists who've been speaking to the Treasury Select Committee have rubbished that. And there does seem to be a bit of friction or breakdown now between the Bank of England and the Treasury and the government.
Well, let's be completely clear. This kind of market turbulence began not the day of the mini-budget, it began the day before. It began the day before when the Bank of England only, in inverted commas, raised interest rates by 0.5% rather than 0.75%.
Which they did in the States.
As had been expected, which they've done in the States 3 times in a row. And when the Bank of England raised rates in quite a kind of a less aggressive way, then that's when sterling started to fall because people got less return on their pounds, and that was the true spark of this period of financial turbulence. So Jacob Rees-Mogg has got a point, but it's not enough to be right in politics. Your timing also needs to be right, and he should have been saying this, like some of us were 6 months ago, 12 months ago, 18 months ago, that the Bank of England should now be raising interest rates. But of course, politicians don't want the Bank of England to raise interest rates because it upsets people. They've got to pay more on their mortgages,
as we've just been finding out,
and it sort of erodes the feel-good factor. The danger now is this, Mark. We do absolutely not need a political row in the open between the Bank of England and the Treasury and government ministers. Nothing would be more certain to further undermine confidence in British policy making. Nothing would be more certain to push those gilt yields up more and increase borrowing costs for everyone across the economy. So, yes, Jacob Rees-Mogg is right, but in my view, he's late and he should not be saying this.
Right, OK. We'll put that to him because he's going to be with us and tell him that he's late and, not quite the right message. Liam, for the moment, thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah, in about 15 minutes' time, we will be speaking to Jacob Rees-Mogg, so stay with us for that. Now, protesters from insulate Britain have blocked off several lanes of traffic at Parliament Square. It happened this morning ahead of Prime Minister's questions. Some of them glued themselves to the road close to the Houses of Parliament.
Let's catch up with our news reporter Alice Porter, who's at the scene. And Alice, I think there's been another one as well at the back of Downing Street, which is Stop Oil. It's the latest in what seems sort of guerrilla tactics by these protesters.
Yes, that's right. I think it's been very much a coordinated protest from the two different campaign groups. We've had Just Stop Oil, who were there outside Downing Street. I believe that there are still protesters there, but others representatives have come and they are just behind me here outside Parliament. They said they wanted to come and offer support to Insulate Britain, who a couple of hours ago came. There's about 21 of them, and they have now glued themselves to Parliament Square here. Now, we've already seen a couple of people taken away in handcuffs, and I believe that I was speaking to the police that they will begin the process of arresting the 21 protesters who are glued here. And this is something we have been seeing very much over the last 12 days or so. There's been 12 consecutive protest days from Just Stop Oil, but there have been so many different campaign groups that have all been protesting together. So in fact, the Metropolitan Police have made hundreds of arrests over the last 10 days or so, and it's certainly causing a huge amount of disruption. I actually have a friend of mine who's a detective with the Met, and she says it's one of the biggest frustrations the Met are facing right now is it's taking so many of their officers off their normal work, because you can see of those who are watching behind me how many people are involved with this operation. They have to ask each protester about their protest, about whether they'll leave or not, and then they're going to have to unglue them individually and then cart them off to the police station. So it's a huge operation for the police, and this is very much the 12th consecutive day in the capital where we've seen these protests.
And do we expect the 12th consecutive day to turn into the 13th consecutive day and the 14th consecutive day? Do you know what the plans are?
I think they say they're just going to keep going until their message is heard. That's what they said to me. But I think the timing of it today is particularly significant, as well as the location, because, of course, we've got PMQs that is taking place. My understanding was that when Liz Truss came out of Downing Street, they had to go a slightly different way because of the roadblocks. And I think what we are seeing here is a change in tactics by campaign groups who, for example, I remember a year ago when Insulate Britain were protesting, and they were very much stopping ordinary people getting to their jobs, and that caused a huge amount of backlash. Whereas protesting here ultimately doesn't stop that many ordinary people. There's very few cars that are allowed to go around this area, but what it does do is cause a big message and show that to the government at a particularly important time with PMQs underway.
People have been making of it there, Alice, when we've got the Met Commissioner, the new Met Commissioner, Mark Rowley, saying that there's not serious disruption, close quotes, because the legal threshold for intervening in these roadblocks has not been met.
Yeah, it's interesting what the message we're seeing from the police there and also from the government. I mean, Suella Braverman, the Home Secretary, has very much talked tough on clamping down on these protests. But ultimately what happens with so many of them is, yes, there are a number of arrests that are made, which isn't, this is something that, of course, if you're trying to get your message across, for a lot of these people, it's not necessarily a problem. They want to be arrested. And very few of them ever really have substantial criminal charges. So I think the police may argue that it's not really off-putting to many of the protests. I mean, you can sort of see them sitting there. I mean, it's not exactly a situation for them. They're being, treated well by the police. So it may be a situation that they're not. It's not that off-putting for some people, and therefore they're going to continue protesting for many more days ahead. And I think that's the worry, is that particularly as we're coming into the winter period. When I was speaking to Insulate Britain just now, they were saying that the aims that they're trying to sort of get across in their concerns about the heating of people's homes not being insulated. Well, you look at that in a cost of living crisis as we're coming into the winter. From their point of view, it's only going to become more of an important issue. So I can't see these protests dissipating anytime soon.
Yes, thank you very much indeed for updating us at the scene. Of course, back to you as we get any more developments. Thank you very much.
And if you were watching just before we spoke to Alice, you'll know that I said we were talking to Jacob Rees-Mogg, which would have been in about 10 minutes' time. It's going to be slightly later, around 2 o'clock, but do stay with us.
Maybe he can't get through those roadblocks. Who knows? Yeah.
Now, Ukraine has said it's reclaimed 5 more settlements in the key southern region of Kherson as Kyiv continues its counter-offensive drive in the face of mass Russian missile strikes.
Well, Russia says it's detained 8 people in connections with Saturday's explosion on that key bridge linking Russia to Crimea. We can now, I'm glad to say, speak to Vladimir Klitschko, former world heavyweight boxing champion, of course, and who is leading Kyiv there as mayor of the city. Vladimir, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us once more. Give us a picture of how life is there now, bearing in mind you've had all these missile strikes that appear to have hit all your energy and water supplies and so on.
Day before yesterday, multiple rocket strikes been done all around the country, all around Ukraine, especially, which was not the case from the beginning of the war, that capital of Ukraine, the center of the capital, was attacked by the rockets as well. It was totally chaotic attack. Russians been reporting that they're attacking military and critical infrastructure and stuff. Yes and no. So the rockets were landing basically anywhere and killing, unfortunately, lots of civilians. As you see on these images, this is the city center, and just right on the intersection, car intersection, road intersection, multiple bombs landed, rockets landed and killed civilians again and again and again. Obviously, Russia is the state of terror. Russia is lying to whatever is happening, whatever they're doing. They're lying to the world, and they're lying internally in Russia. As well as now we see the images of the bridge that was built to connect the mainland in Russia with peninsula, Ukrainian peninsula, Crimea. And part of it was destroyed by the truck. It was loaded with TNT. And obviously, we see it as a payback. The day before yesterday, all attacks on Ukraine, and obviously trying to destroy our critical infrastructure. So to let us be without any supply of electricity, heating. So we probably terrorizing us with being in the wintertime, and winters in Ukraine are very, very hard. And up to minus 25 degrees Celsius during the wintertime. We have extreme continental climate in Ukraine, and basically that's what Russia, Putin in this case, is the leader of the country, trying to put us all on the knee. So we freeze, we have no food, and try to dictate what we actually want to do and how we're supposed to live. And that's the strategy and tactic of Russia in this case, because on the front line, they don't have success. And they're trying with terrorizing our civilians and continuing destroying our critical infrastructure, as I said, trying to put us on knee.
OK, well, thank you very much for updating us once more with the position there. And, of course, we wish you and everyone else staying safe there in Kyiv and the other cities as well. Thanks for your time once more, Vladimir Klitschko.
Thank you very much to Great Britain for all the continued support. Please keep on going. We must stop Russia in Ukraine. Thank you for your support.
OK, we'll stay in touch with you. Thanks very much indeed for your time here on GB Newsday. Thanks.
It's 24 minutes past 1. Coming up, why are doctors warning that the NHS is on the brink of collapse? That's after a short break.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christie's. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Now, welcome back to GB Newsday. Let's bring you the latest picture on the state of Britain's health services, which has been painted by the British Medical Association. That's the body which represents the doctors across the UK. It's actually warned that the NHS could be on the brink of collapse.
A poll of doctors revealed that more than 2 in 5 of the most senior hospital medics are planning to leave the NHS in the next year. The British Medical Association now calling for immediate government action after the survey suggests that roughly 8,000 consultants suggested pay and pension tax arrangements were some of the reasons they plan to leave.
Well, also 9 in 10 of those consultants said that this year's pay rise, that's 4.5%, was inadequate or completely unacceptable. Let's get the views now of Dennis Reed, director of a non-profit organisation, Silver Voices, and a former trade union official as well. And Dennis, clearly there's concern for the older generation who might be looking to use the NHS this autumn and winter about this news from the BMA.
Yes, older people are at the brunt of the crisis, I'm afraid. I mean, if you look at there's 7 million people who are on the waiting list for routine operations like replacement knees, back operations, replacement hips and so on. And they're waiting months and months and months, even years in some cases, to get into hospital for these very painful conditions. And yes, I mean, every aspect of the NHS is under real pressure at the moment. It's like a pressure cooker, and it's about to blow. So if you have a fall at home, if you have a stroke at home, it might take hours for an ambulance to arrive. When you get to hospital, you might be in an ambulance outside the hospital for 10, 12 hours. Then you get into the hospital and you sit in a corridor for a number of further hours. And I just shudder to think how many people are actually dying on this journey to even get into a hospital bed. So, yeah, it's a critical situation, and it has been ever since the pandemic.
Critical situation, brink of collapse. There are some terrible horror stories we hear, like the ones that you mentioned about people waiting hours for an ambulance. But in the main, the sort of talk of a brink of collapse of our National Health Service, that's overdone, I suggest.
No, I'm afraid. I wish that were true. It is on the brink of collapse. There are 160,000 vacancies in social care now, and 130,000 in the NHS. The NHS can't continue to operate with the demand that there is under these sorts of pressures. There was a 10-year plan for the NHS the year before the pandemic. Now that plan is no longer worth the paper it's written on. And there needs to be a proper, fully funded plan for the NHS for the next 10 years to bring it back to the sort of service that we all want and expect.
Dennis, do you have any sympathy for the doctors, particularly as regards the pensions, as someone representing Silver Voices? Because a lot have been leaving the profession because they've actually put so much money in their pension they're going to get hit with tax.
Yeah, I hear that all the time from GPs as well as consultants, and obviously that is of concern. But of a bigger concern, to be honest, is the thousands and thousands of social care staff and basic NHS staff who are on the minimum wage. I mean, it's those people who are finding jobs in Amazon warehouses and so on because the pay is so low. So I have more sympathy for them, if you like. I'm not discounting what the consultants are saying, but I've got more sympathy for them.
OK, Dennis, thank you very much indeed for bringing us your reaction to that news from the A. Dennis Reid from Silver Voices.
Now, time is 13:31. Coming up, Jacob Bulger's mother has written to the Prime Minister in an attempt to block her son's killer from being granted parole. We'll be talking about that after your news update.
Good afternoon, 1:31. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date today on GB News. The Prime Minister says she's absolutely sticking to her pledge not to cut public spending as she continued to defend her government's budget. Liz Truss fended off questions from the Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer in a heated Prime Minister's questions this afternoon. It's her first time at the dispatch box since the Chancellor unveiled that mini-budget. Well, Sir Keir labelled Kwasi Kwarteng's plans as madness and said they'd sent the economy into turmoil.
Who voted for this? Not homeowners paying an extra 500 extra on their mortgages. Who voted this? Not working people paying for tax cuts to the largest companies. Who voted for this? Not even most of the MPs behind her who know you can't pay for tax cuts on the never, never. Does she think the public will ever forgive the Conservative Party if they keep on defending this madness and go ahead with a kamikaze budget?
The Prime Minister responded saying the budget has delivered security for families for the next 2 winters.
It's made sure that we're going to see higher economic growth, lower inflation and more opportunities. The way that we will get our country growing is through more jobs, more growth, more opportunities, not through higher taxes, higher spending and his friends in the union stopping hard-working people get to work.
The Bank of England's confirmed its emergency bond buying scheme, put in place to stabilise the markets after the announcement of that mini-budget, will close this Friday. Pension funds will need to find billions of pounds before the end of the week to make sure they can withstand market turmoil. The bank warned it will be challenging for some households to manage the projected rises in the cost of essentials alongside higher interest rates. Official figures show the UK's economy unexpectedly shrank by 0.3% in August. The ONS says the fall was because of a slowdown in manufacturing and consumer-facing businesses like retail and hotels. Some of the fall was partly offset by stronger than usual summer performance from professional services. We're on your TV, we're online and on your DAB+ radio. It's GB News.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Time is 1:36 now. Viewers have heavily criticised a new drama series focusing on the criminal Maxine Carr, the girlfriend of child killer Ian Huntley in the Soham double murder case.
Well, it's a Channel 5 drama, or a live crime drama, as they've called it, entitled Maxine, centring on the former teaching assistant Maxine Carr. Now, she was in the relationship with Ian Huntley at the time that he lured and murdered 10-year-old best friends Jessica Chapman and Holly Wells at Soham back in 2002.
Viewers have called out the show for being in bad taste and turning the horrific events of what happened to Wells and Chapman into a melodrama.
Well, we're joined now by Press Association reporter Brian Farmer, who covered that investigation, in fact gave evidence at Ian Huntley's trial. Thanks very much indeed for joining us in the studio. They've described it as a live crime drama, the first time they've done this on Channel 5, but the viewers have basically said that the problem is it's too sympathetic to Maxine Carr.
Well, I have to say, I've been involved in discussions with it and I'm featuring it for more than a year and I've seen the episode and I'm very surprised by the criticism. I didn't see it in the script and I haven't seen in the episodes that it does portray Maxine Carr as a victim. It seems to me that it's an intelligent examination of why Maxine Carr behaved like she did, like you might have the same kind of questions about the Moors murders and why did Myra Hindley behave like she did. So I'm slightly surprised by the criticism.
I suppose it's much more recent than the Moors murders. That was my instinct, because I watched it last night and I thought, my goodness, Holly and Jessica's mum and dad are presumably still with us, and this must be pretty hard to take, to have their absolute horror and trauma dramatised.
It's an interesting question, though. It's about free speech, isn't it? I mean, is it a horror to write about the 20th anniversary in the newspapers or cover it as you did? Or is that a horror? Does that need to be done? I mean, where does free speech end? If someone had written an academic treatise about Maxine Carr and about Girotti, would that be OK? Why is a drama different?
Is that the difficulty, that you don't know whether you're actually watching a documentary that sticks to the script or whether you're watching a drama that clearly plays up other parts of the story? For instance, I mean, the Bishard inquiry, you remember, focused on the fact that the police failed to share evidence and indeed some was deleted, the files were deleted. Does it actually concentrate on that, for instance? I don't think it does, does it?
I don't think it does. I mean, I think it's fairly clear that it's a drama based on real events, as the film 93 is a film based on the real events in New York in 2001. Just as Titanic is a film based on real events. So it's fairly clear that it's a drama. This is the way of free speech.
Well, yeah, but does it undo all that work you did as a reporter to actually treat the story quite objectively and address the facts as they emerge? And there's, as some viewers have called it, a rewriting of history then when these things go out.
No, I don't think it does that. I think it's just another example of someone different looking at the issue and speculating. It simply focuses on, I thought, a quite intelligent question about Maxine Carr. I don't think it rewrites history at all.
You were involved in covering the case. You covered the case. Tell us what it was like to do that and whether you were able to make any judgments about Maxine Carr or not.
Well, I interviewed Ian Huntley and Maxine Carr once. I didn't feel that Ian Huntley was telling the truth. I thought he said things that were very strange, and I mean, it's well documented. I told the police. But I didn't think that when Maxine Carr talked to me that she was telling lies. I did, when I started to wonder about what Huntley was saying, I wondered then if she was telling lies. But when I first interviewed her, I didn't. The difficulty is, though, now you're always looking back, knowing that they've been convicted of offences.
Yeah.
When I interviewed them, they were simply a young couple who were witnesses. You know, it's different.
But the charge, of course, was that she gave Huntley a false alibi, and therefore she was given 3 years for conspiring to pervert the course of justice. She is still under anonymity, that she cannot be identified in any way whatsoever. Do you think that is the end of the story, or like the Moors murders, as we've just been discussing, this will continue to be raked over? Because it's very difficult for the families of the two girls.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it is the end of the story. It seems to me that it's one of those cataclysmic events where you have this dilemma in that when something like this happens, when two girls go missing, like Holly and Jessica, you inevitably attract news. And news is good because what everyone's trying to do is find the children.
Yeah.
The difficulty then is, how do you turn off that free speech tap? When do you say you stop? Do you say you must stop after the trial, or you must stop in a year? It's very difficult to do it.
And were there any lessons that society learned, or the police learned, things that we were able to improve our systems to... Obviously, you can't legislate for people to do really, really terrible things, but did we improve our systems in any way as a result of that horror?
I think there's no doubt that the publicity and the investigation has led to improvements. There's improvements on checks on school staff, changes in the way police share information. So I think it has probably made children safer in that sense. Of course, that doesn't take away the horror for Holly and Jessica's parents. And if I could swap with them, I'd do it, wouldn't it? We'd all do that. But the problem is that it becomes a national event, like the Titanic, like the Moors murders. And it's right, it attracts attention, it's right, it attracts publicity. Because publicity and free speech make us discuss things and improve things. And I think this drama is simply just part of a free speech investigation into what went on.
Brian Farmer, Press Association reporter, of course, as ever, free speech at the very heart of the work you do. Thanks for joining us here on GB News.
I found that really
Day.
interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Now, Prime Minister Liz Truss faced Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer in her first Prime Minister's questions since the conference.
Yes, clashes over the government's economic plans, you won't be surprised to learn, including taxation, public spending. Crucially, the Prime Minister saying she would not cut spending despite pressure to do so.
We can have a look at some of the key moments of the exchange.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Business Secretary toured the TV studios arguing that the turmoil in the markets has nothing to do with her budget. Does the Prime Minister agree with him?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we have done is we have taken decisive action. We have taken decisive action to make sure that people are not facing energy bills of £6,000 for 2 years. Remember, the opposition is only talking about 6 months. We've also taken decisive action to make sure that we are not facing the highest taxes for 70 years in the face of a global economic slowdown. And what we're making sure is that we protect our economy at this very difficult time internationally. And as a result of our action, Mr. Speaker, and this has been independently corroborated, we will see higher growth and lower inflation.
When will she stop ducking responsibility, do the right thing and reverse her kamikaze budget, which is causing so much pain?
Mr. Speaker, I'm genuinely unclear as to what the Labour Party's policy is on our energy price guarantee. It was the biggest part of our mini-budget. Are the opposition saying they want to reverse it and they want to see people facing energy bills of £6,000? Is that what he's saying?
But she's still going ahead with £18 billion of tax cuts for the richest businesses, and they didn't even ask for it. She's still gift-wrapped a stamp duty cut for landlords, just as renters feel the pinch. And she's still holding out tax cuts for those who live off stocks and shares. Why does she expect working people to pick up the bill for her unfunded tax cuts for those at the top?
I notice that the Leader of the Opposition is still not saying whether or not he supports our energy price guarantee. This is very relevant, Mr. Speaker, because it is the biggest part. It is the biggest part of our mini-budget. It's the biggest part of the mini-budget. The fact is that all the opposition have said is that people should be supported for 6 months. Does he think that in March, pensioners should be facing very high energy bills? Because that's what will happen if he doesn't support our energy price guarantee.
Well, those are the exchanges. Let's get the views of our political reporter, Catherine Foster, who's been looking at the reaction as well. I mean, a key moment for me was when Starmer put her on the spot about the undertaking she gave in her election campaign. I am not planning to cut public spending or make any reductions. Question from Starmer, are you going to stick to that? Answer, absolutely. I mean,
Yes.
She's painted herself into a corner now, isn't she?
It's very difficult to see now how they get round this. They've made all these tax cut promises. How are they going to pay for it? Because the Institute for Fiscal Studies yesterday were talking about a £60 billion black hole in funding. And clearly, when Kwasi Kwarteng, the Chancellor, brings forward, fleshes out the details of his medium-term fiscal plan on October 31st, if that's not brought forward, that will be accompanied with an Office for Budget Responsibility assessment. He's already been given one last Friday, and apparently it is very, very bleak.
Really?
So to hear her say that, now, absolutely, as Keir Starmer said, Liz Truss, during the leadership campaign, was talking tax cuts, all the way along. And obviously, then you say, well, what are you going to cut? She'd said then, no plans for cuts on public spending. But to hear her explicitly restate that in Prime Minister's questions. Yesterday, everyone was thinking, what is going to be cut? Today, she's saying, no, we're not cutting public spending. But that means then some of this mini-budget may have to be rowed back upon.
Surely not another U-turn. Surely not.
It's starting to lose track.
What I also found quite interesting was the last answer to Prime Minister's question. So this wasn't the leaders' exchanges, it was a backbench Labour MP, well, he might be a frontbencher, but he's not a famous MP anyway, called Matt Weston, and he called for a general election. And she said it was the last Prime Minister's question, and she said the last thing we need is a general election. So which sounds like we're not going to get one, but the argument is that the manifesto, which secured this government's majority, was completely different to the programme that she's pursuing now.
Yes, and those Greenpeace protesters back at the Conservative Party conference with the who voted for this. But even somebody like Nadine Dorries, who, of course, was such a stalwart supporter, first of Boris Johnson and then of Liz Truss, even she has been saying this is not what people voted for. People in 2019 voted for a manifesto. They've got an 80-seat majority off the back of that. You can't just go binning lots of that and veering off in a very different direction, which is what seems to be happening. So the who voted for this? Well, 80,000 Conservative Party members. But clearly, the last thing Liz Truss wants is a general election because the opinion polls are dire and obviously things could change. It's potentially 2 years till a general election, even slightly more. But between 20% and 30% behind the Labour Party, at the worst outcome for the Conservatives, they would pretty much be wiped out.
Especially those red wall seats that they won back in 2019.
Yes.
Yeah.
So clearly, Labour would probably love a general election, and they're now gearing up, aren't they? Because they're moving their HQ. They're going into, we could have a general election at any time. The government could collapse. Let's get onto this footing. But absolutely, Liz Truss would be the last possible thing that the government would want right now.
To be fair to her, she is sure-footed, you know. I mean, she's got a series of terrible headlines, terrible opinion polls, but she doesn't look anxious, stressed, nervous. She does have well, sure-footedness is the best description. When she's under pressure, she looks like she can handle the pressure.
She did. She came out fighting, didn't she? I thought she was more articulate and more fluent and more fluid today than she was in her speech last week. She seems to wear it quite lightly. The massive pressure that she must be under certainly isn't showing publicly.
Catherine, for the moment, thank you for that. Let's take you to news of the coronation. King Charles's coronation, Saturday, 6th of May at Westminster Abbey. It's official. Buckingham Palace announced that yesterday.
Camilla, the Queen Consort, will be alongside the King and will also be crowned in the historic ceremony.
But it probably will be a very different occasion to this, the late Queen's coronation back in 1953. This time, the ceremony to be shorter, we understand more diverse, and we understand with a smaller guest list. Just to remind you, I think it was some 8,000 back in 1953, 2,000 rather, so 800 this time round. Well, let's get the views now. Royal Pageant Master Bruno Peake. Bruno, pomp and circumstances in 1953, perhaps that won't wear well in a cost of living crisis.
Well, the coronation next year, the first one for 70 years, will be an amazing experience, not just for His Majesty the Queen and consort, but for the rest of the world. You know, the whole of the world will be watching this amazing event that will be taking place next year.
The bank holiday. There's some campaigning, and I think actually, well, from politicians of all parties, either to make it an additional bank holiday or to move the 1st of May bank holiday to the following Monday so we can make a weekend of it, if you like. Well, do you have any views about that?
Well, my personal opinion is that we should have as much opportunity to celebrate this unique moment in history, because it's not going to happen again in several generations. So, and as we all know, we are a great country for celebrating these special occasions. So I would support any sort of bank holiday or an extension, you know, of the holiday season, so that people, the thousands or hundreds of thousands of people from overseas can come to our country and watch this great spectacle.
The celebration at the Platinum Jubilee and how much people enjoy coming together for this. But clearly times are different at the moment. The service itself probably can't be altered that much. You have to have the globe and the orb and the crown and so on. But what about the events leading up to it? I mean, should we have a gold coach, or should the King and Queen Consort just have an ordinary car to get to Westminster Abbey?
That's really down to the decision of His Majesty the King and Buckingham Palace. It's not for me to comment on that. All I know is that the crowning of our gracious King will be a unique moment in history that will be enjoyed by people all over the world, all races, all creeds, all colours, all ages, and something that we will never see again. Well, certainly not in my lifetime.
Perhaps mine and Gloria's as well. Well, I'll speak for myself anyway. Bruno, thank you very much indeed. Bruno Peake, Royal Pageant Master, joining us there in Great Yarmouth. Thanks for your time.
My pleasure.
The time is 1:53 and the Supreme Court is hearing the second day of arguments that will determine if the Scottish Parliament can hold another independence referendum.
Well, GB News national reporter Paul Hawkins has been following the case, and it's obviously been 2 days of pretty intensive argument, Paul.
Yeah, that's the key word, isn't it, Mark? Argument. Let's just remind ourselves of the two basic questions that the 5 Supreme Court judges are being asked to answer. Firstly, do we have the jurisdiction to even listen to this case in the first place? And secondly, does the Scottish Independence Referendum Bill relate to a reserved matter? Note the pauses, because the definitions of each of those words are really key to the Scottish Government's case and the UK Government's case. So this morning they've been scrutinising the word reserved, the reserved matters, the definition of the word reserved matters, and also even the word relate, and how whether this piece of legislation that the Scottish Government wants to pass, how closely is that linked to a reserved matter? In this case, when we talk about reserved matters, a reminder that we're talking about matters reserved purely for Westminster, and in this case, that's the union. So how much does that referendum bill relate to the union? Now, all morning we've been hearing from James Eadie KC. He is the lawyer representing the UK government. He said the Scottish Government wants to produce legislation in order to advance their avowed political agenda of independence and thus ending the union. Yet in the same breath, he said, they assert their draft bill does not relate to the union. So pointing out a contradiction in the position of the Scottish Government there. He also said the SNP's set of arguments fails at almost every analytical stage. The answer to whether such a referendum bill is within competence, that is, legally compliant, is not too difficult to discern. And he agrees with the Lord Advocate, that's Dorothy Bain, who's representing the Scottish Government, who considers herself correctly unable to support a within competence statement. In other words, she's in two minds about whether she can give the go-ahead for this Scottish referendum legislation bill, and he agrees with that position. We're going to hear some more from James Eadie this afternoon. He'll probably to sum up his position, he'll be explaining to the judges why the sovereign power for deciding on a Scottish referendum lies with Westminster. And then we'll hear from Dorothy Bain, KC. She's representing the Scottish Government. She'll be replying to James Eadie, and then we'll try and translate it all for you when that finishes around about 3:30.
Paul, back to you a bit later.
Now, Jamie Bulger's mother has written to Prime Minister Liz Truss in an attempt to block her son's killer from being granted parole.
Well, the parole board preparing to decide whether or not to release one of the toddler's killers, John Venables, from prison. He's reoffended twice since being convicted of the 2-year-old's murder back in 1993. The Justice Secretary has the power to intervene to prevent him, though, from being freed.
Joined now by Chris Phillips, a former senior detective for the Metropolitan Police. Chris, how do the parole board make their decisions, and who are they accountable for those decisions?
Well, they're accountable to society, aren't they? That they release people back into society, and what we've seen all too often is people that have been unsuitable to be returned to society returned. And I think one of the big issues for the government is actually making sure that the parole board really does a better job at releasing those people that are safe to be released.
In terms of the process, I mean, there was a parole hearing in 2020 where the board said he still showed, this is Venables, an attraction to sexual violence. I mean, people might be surprised to learn that there's yet another parole hearing just 2 years later.
Well, that's quite the point, yes. The simple thing is that these prison sentences are given to people because, A, to protect the public, but also to punish the offender. It's quite clear that even 2 years ago he was unsuitable to be returned. As if he's changed a huge amount in 2 years, it just is ridiculous. And I think we do need to get to the stage where the parole board is much more accountable to society. Some cases are now heard in public, but it's really important that the government, but also the public, feel that the parole board are representing them properly.
And the fact that James Bulger's mum has written to the Prime Minister, does that carry any weight? Can it change the course of the decisions that the parole board take?
Well, the parole board are supposed to be independent, of course, of government, and so effectively no, or realistically no. But of course, there is a big public weight of opinion on this, and other cases as well. If you look at just recently, the guy that threw acid over Katie Piper's been released on licence and has gone missing. We've had 2 people commit terrorist attacks after being released on parole. I think the government does need to pay more attention to making sure that these people aren't released.
Chris Phillips, former senior detective with the Met, thanks very much indeed for your time explaining and taking us through that. Thanks very much indeed.
It's just coming up to 2 o'clock. There's lots more to come from us, including a live interview with the Business Secretary, Jacob Rees-Mogg. But before that, it is time for your news with Rose.
Very good afternoon to you. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date. Now, the Prime Minister says she's absolutely sticking to her pledge not to cut public spending as she continued to defend her government's budget. Liz Truss fended off questions from the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, in a heated Prime Minister's questions this afternoon. It's her first time at the dispatch box since the Chancellor unveiled that mini-budget. Well, Sir Keir labelled Kwasi Kwarteng's plans as madness and said it had sent the economy into turmoil. He called on Ms Truss.
Who voted for this? Not homeowners paying an extra 500 extra on their mortgages. Who voted this? Not working people paying for tax cuts to the largest companies. Who voted for this? Not even most of the MPs behind her who know you can't pay for tax cuts on the never, never. Does she think the public will ever forgive the Conservative Party if they keep on defending this madness and go ahead with a kamikaze budget?
It's made sure that we're going to see higher economic growth, lower inflation and more opportunities. The way that we will get our country growing is through more jobs, more growth, more opportunities, not through higher taxes, higher spending and his friends in the union stopping hard-working people get to work.
The Bank of England's confirmed its emergency bond buying scheme will close this Friday. Pension funds will need to find billions of pounds before the end of the week to make sure they can withstand market turmoil. The bank had been forced to intervene amid the continuing fallout over the Chancellor's mini-budget. Official figures show the UK's economy unexpectedly shrank by 0.3% in August. Experts have been expecting economic growth to flatline, not shrink. The ONS says consumer-facing services like retail, hairdressers and hotels struggled, while there was a notable decrease in the manufacturing sector. To some other news now. Demonstrators from Just Stop Oil have been blocking major thoroughfares in central London. We can find out more and go live to Westminster to speak to our London reporter Alice Porter. Alice, this is now the 12th day of disruption. What's happening?
Yes, that's right. We had here 21 people from Insulate Britain who were blocking the roads at Parliament Square. But now we have, I think, just 3 people left over because over the last half hour, the police have been ungluing them from the road because they put glue on their hands and were stuck to the road for the last couple of hours before arresting them and putting them away in police vans. But we've also had protesters from Stop the Oil who were at Downing Street earlier today. And for those of you who are watching can say some of them are still here. This is very much a coordinated protest against the government, and the reason they've picked Parliament to be outside here today, of course, is because of PMQs. What they say is to give a strong message to the government.
Alice, our London reporter, thank you very much. Alice will have more on this across the afternoon for us. Now, the NHS has, for the first time, issued an amber alert over critically low levels of blood supplies. Non-urgent operations requiring blood could be postponed as hospitals have been told to implement plans to protect stocks and prioritise supply. The NHS overall supply of O-type blood, that's the universal type that can be given to anyone, has fallen to below 2 days. The shortages is thought to be due to ongoing staff issues. The brother of the mayor of Kyiv, Ukraine's capital, says Russia's president is deliberately targeting civilians. Yesterday, several areas of Ukraine, including the capital, were targeted by Russia, leaving at least 26 people dead and dozens more injured. Former world heavyweight boxing champion Vladimir Klitschko told GB News Russia is Vladimir Putin's targeting civilian infrastructure to make up for losses on the battlefield.
Russia, Putin in this case, is the leader of the country, trying to put us all on the knee. So we freeze, we have no food, and try to dictate what we actually want to do and how we're supposed to live. And that's the strategy and tactic of Russia in this case, because on the front line, they don't have success.
The UK government's representative has told the Supreme Court that it's obvious the Scottish Parliament doesn't have the competence to legislate for another independence referendum. The court's been asked to decide if Scotland's Parliament has the legal authority to go ahead and hold a second vote despite opposition from the UK government. Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon intends to hold a vote next October. Well, the 2-day hearing ends today. A picture of a buzzing ball of cactus bees has won the National History Museum's annual Wildlife Photographer of the Year competition. It was US photographer Karine Eigner who took the prize with her shot of the insects on a Texas ranch. Young Wildlife Photographer of the Year was awarded to a teenager for his photo of a baleen whale. Well, the exhibition that has the competition's top images opens at the Natural History Museum in London this Friday. You're up to date on GB News. I'll bring you more as it develops. Now, back to Newsday.
Rosie, thanks very much indeed, and welcome back to GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst, and Gloria De Piero.
Liz Truss faced MPs in the House of Commons. She faces mounting pressure on her government's economic strategy, with turbulence continuing in financial markets today as well as in the House of Commons.
Yeah, well, the Bank of England Governor, Andrew Bailey, in Washington, declaring the bank will not extend its support into the markets into Friday. Reports sent from the Office of National Statistics saying that we're one step closer to recession. The latest 0.3% down in growth for the latest figures. Not looking good for the UK's economy.
We can hear now from our economics and business editor, Liam Halligan. So the top line from Prime Minister's Question Time was Liz Truss insisting no cuts in public spending. Just looking at what else she might do, she cancelled Rishi Sunak's planned rise in corporation tax, which would have raised a significant amount of revenue. Do you think that could be back on the table?
Possibly, but I'd say that was the centrepiece of her going for a growth strategy. I think more likely is that she may... this is surmise. Yeah. I have no sources that I've asked about this in government. But it may be that they go for cancelling the planned reduction in the basic rate of income tax from 20 to 19%, which they brought forward to next year. Maybe that could be pushed into the future, because that is really expensive, you know. If you cut the top rate of tax, it costs you a couple of £1 billion.
About £2 billion, wasn't it?
Which is, in 900 billion of government revenue, is literally a drop in the bucket, as they say. If you cut the basic rate of income tax by a whole penny, that's more like £7 or £8 billion, because, of course, many, many more people pay the basic rate of income tax. So if she wanted to signal to the financial markets that she gets it, that she really does understand that they have to be immediately fiscally responsible, then certainly that's what I would advise her to do, to make a big sign that she is being a bit more emollient.
There are lots of people throwing bricks at the telly at your head right now, Liam,
yeah.
telling them that they're not having a tax.
Economics is tough, and governing is about choices.
I mean, it's interesting, however, that Labour have agreed with that particular cut on the base rate. Yeah. What they haven't agreed with is corporation tax and the freezing, if you like, for not going up to 25%. Now, could that be an area, again, where they have to move?
I think, again, if I was advising her, that is where your clear blue water is. Yeah, corporation tax, it isn't about, you know, the big businesses in the skyscrapers in the City of London, though. It's partly about that. You know, plumbers pay corporation tax. Graphic artists, designers who work from home pay corporation tax. Anyone pretty much with a small business of a size that sustains a family, if you're the main breadwinner in a family, you're likely to be paying, in most parts of the country, corporation tax. So if you ramp up corporation tax from 19% to 25%, which was the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak's proposal, that is a big increase. That is a big amount of money to remove from the incomes of many families who increasingly rely on self-employment, the gig economy, and so on. I think she's much more likely to say, we're in this together, we need to delay the reduction in the basic rate of income tax and allow Starmer to venture off into the more commercial economy.
The politics of that. I take what you said about, you know, you don't have to be like a multinational, not multinational, but you don't have to be like a massive company to pay corporation.
A chip shop will pay corporation tax, right? Run by a family.
But can you imagine saying we are going to keep the tax cuts on businesses, but we're going to remove the tax cuts on workers? I mean, the politics of that would stink, wouldn't they? The economics might not, but the politics.
OK, I don't think it's really registered with most ordinary people that they've got an basic rate of income tax cut coming, and it was going to be 2024, then it was going to be 2023, and then it was going to be 2024 again. I mean, if you actually raise the basic rate of income tax, which this is the equivalent to doing in the public finances, if you don't go ahead with a cut that you said you were going to do, it's the equivalent of raising to raise the basic rate of income tax now while you're cutting corporation tax. I agree with you. The optics of that are almost as bad, but not quite, as cutting the top rate of tax in the middle of a cost of living crisis. That would be politically tin-eared. No. But to not go through with a reduction in the basic rate of income tax that I don't think has really landed yet politically, that's different.
Now, what about the blame game? We're going to speak to
She's not convinced.
No, well, about many things. However,
that's only things I say.
Let's talk about the blame game, because we had a Treasury committee at the Commons this morning, as well as what we saw in the Chamber. Now, Chief Economist, or UK Economist for Deutsche Bank, Sanjay Raja, said that the unfunded tax cuts was the straw that broke the camel's back. Jacob Rees-Mogg has gone public this morning saying, well, actually, no, it was the interest rate policy from the Bank of England, not raising rates quick enough and high enough to actually choke off inflation. This is not going to really help the markets when they hear this sort of internal debate between economists, the Treasury and the Bank of England.
It isn't. I think it's a combination of things. I was saying in the newsroom earlier, I had a chat with Norman Lamont yesterday evening. I had a drink with him in the House of Lords trying to get his perspective. You know, former Chancellor, extremely knowledgeable bloke.
15% interest rates, remember?
Absolutely. This has been a very difficult day. And he said to me it's a combination of the unfunded tax cuts and the rhetoric, and he stressed the pushing away the orthodoxy rhetoric.
Right.
Look, stay with us, because we'd love to get your analysis on everything. Jacob Rees-Mogg, the business secretary,
no less,
is waiting for us. That's why I interrupted you. Nobody else would make me interrupt you. Jacob Rees-Mogg, thank you for joining us on GB Newsday. Rishi Sunak had planned a rise in corporation tax. Liz Truss cancelled it. Will that definitely remain cancelled? It definitely, corporation tax is not going to rise.
Well, not having the rise is extremely good policy. Bear in mind that cutting corporation tax from 28% down to 19% led to about a 50% increase in corporation tax revenues and an increase in corporation tax as a percentage of GDP. So it actually provided more money to HMRC to pay for the public services that we need. So it's a policy that is beneficial for everybody. It's better for businesses and it's better for the Treasury.
Secretary of State, can I pin you down on this issue of the blame game? As I was just discussing there with Liam, the chief UK economist at Deutsche Bank, Sanjay Raja, told the Treasury Select Committee that the unfunded tax cuts were the straw that broke the camel's back. Do you accept that?
Well, I think the context that puts it into does begin to realise that the tax changes are relatively small in the context of the whole thing, that they're about 2% of GDP, and that what I was saying this morning was not a criticism of the Bank of England, but merely a recognition of economic reality, that whenever the US Federal Reserve raises rates, countries that are not raising rates as quickly will see their currencies decline in relation to the dollar. And that always happens. That isn't surprising. It's not a criticism. It recognises different economic realities in different countries, but that is what you would expect to happen. So I'm not sure straws and camels' backs is a useful or helpful cliche in these contexts. But what I would say is that the cut in taxation was not that big.
That, why didn't the government accept the OBR's offer of actually running its slide rule over the suggestions made in the mini-budget about the tax cuts and so on? If you were so confident that that was going to be OK, why didn't the OBR get the chance to go public with it?
Well, the OBR has a statutory duty to fulfil, which it will fulfil. But the ABR is run by good people. I thought Robert Choate, when he ran it, was a particularly capable economist. But even Robert, when he was running it, didn't get the forecasts right. So the idea that the ABR will actually make a forecast that turns out to be what happens isn't actually the case. It makes estimates which are well thought through and made by clever people, but economic forecasting is never that accurate.
OK. Well, politics is a complicated game too, isn't it, Business Secretary? Your colleague, the former Tory Chief Whip, warned against balancing the budget on the back of the poorest people in our country. Benefits must rise in line with prices, mustn't they?
Well, we haven't yet got the inflation figure on which benefits will be based. So the figure comes out in a day or two. It's always in the middle of the month following. Benefits every year are uprated in relation to what has happened in September. Some benefits are raised in line with inflation by statute. Some are raised in accordance with different principles. But no decision has been made on how benefits will be uprated. So we shouldn't jump the gun on these issues.
Now, you have indicated that perhaps the bank should have raised its rates by 0.75% instead of the 0.5% to match the United States. You obviously believe the bank should be independent, but what do you think should be happening now, November the 3rd, for the next Monetary Policy Committee meeting?
No, I haven't indicated that the bank should have increased interest rates by more. What I have commented on is the inevitable effect of the interest rate differential between the UK and the Federal Reserve, because I greatly respect Bank of England independence, and I think when you're talking about the stability of the system, this requires the independence to be maintained by government ministers. So I wouldn't dream of giving advice to the bank on what it should do.
OK, but let me put this to you. It would be politically inconvenient for this government if the Bank of England decides to really start ramping up rates now to choke off inflation.
The Bank of England is independent, and other central banks have gone at different rates from the UK central bank, some faster, some slower, and the Bank of England must try and calculate what is the right pace to go for the UK economy. But you have to bear in mind that the way to stop inflation is through monetary policy. Everybody knows that. That is an interest rate tool that the Bank of England is in control of, and that is the mechanism that will be used to tackle inflation and already has been used. But that's done independently and is a consequence of ordinary policy making.
OK, let me put to you the words of Kevin Holland-Rake, again, one of your members of Parliament, a Conservative member of Parliament, a member of the Treasury Select Committee. He says it would be better for Kwasi Kwarteng to U-turn on some elements of that so-called mini-budget than to spur on further market turmoil by pushing ahead regardless. Is everything in that budget, we know 45p has gone, is everything else that was introduced in that mini-budget, is it sort of there in stone, set in stone?
Well, we passed into law through its House of Commons stages the national insurance reduction yesterday, and the Socialists, the Labour Party, agreed with it. So things are already happening and are being pushed through.
Can I just return to that phrase used, the consequences of ordinary policy making? Clearly, if interest rates keep climbing and people are hurting, there may even be a housing crash, some have suggested, you're effectively voting yourselves out of power at the next general election, aren't you?
Well, you're making the case very eloquently for the fiscal policies of Kwasi Kwarteng, because what you have to do in response to the monetary tightening is have some element of fiscal loosening, which is what has been happening in other countries as well, because monetary tightening is difficult for an economy. It puts interest rates up, that puts the cost of mortgages and other borrowing up. That is hard for people, for families and for businesses. So having some amelioration on the fiscal side is getting the balance right.
Business Secretary Jacob Rees-Mogg, it's been good to talk to you. We thank you for your time and for joining us on GB Newsday. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Marks out of 10?
It depends what you're judging on. If you're judging on kind of sartorial elegance, then maybe 11 out of 10, as Spinal Tap said. If you're judging on politics, maybe 6 or 7. Where I thought he was very sure-footed was on the Bank of England. I mean, look, Jacob Rees-Mogg, as well as being a sort of consummate commons man, he's also a very sophisticated fund manager. He set up a pretty serious finance company that nobody in politics...
He's about to make a few bob from it as well.
Nobody in politics really pays much attention to. But to do that, you need to know your way around financial markets, and he does. And he did say earlier today, when asked who was to blame for this financial turmoil, he said it may not be the mini-budget. It could just as easily be the fact that the Bank of England raised interest rates by less than the Federal Reserve the day before the mini-budget. And that's been presented as Jacob Rees-Mogg attacks the Bank of England. And so what he just did in that interview with you was he reined back from that position to say, of course, it's independent. And when you invited him to say, basically, the Bank of England is going to get you unelected, he just said very straight-battedly, they have to do what they have to do. They have to be independent.
Yeah, but we do remember that Liz Truss did talk about altering the remit of the Bank of England.
During the leadership contest, she certainly did. Yeah. And during that leadership contest, I thought one of Rishi Sunak's best moments, certainly for economic nerds like me, was when he said, that actually really alarms me, what Liz Truss just said then. And it was alarming to do that, particularly because a lot of us could see the fact that a very painful period of interest rate adjustment was down the line. It was already happening. Mortgage rates were already much, much higher during that leadership contest than they were at the beginning of the year. But I think what Jacob Rees-Mogg tries to do there, he tried to diffuse any sense that the Bank of England and the Treasury are going to, in public anyway, go to war.
Yeah. Liam, thank you very much indeed.
Coming up, we'll be crossing live to the latest protests in central London, and we'll be hearing from our political correspondents off the back of that Jacob Rees-Mogg interview. But tell us what you think about that too. Before that, it's a short break.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Welcome back to GB Newsday. Now, protesters from Insulate Britain blocking off several lanes of traffic outside Parliament this morning, gluing themselves to the road surface by the Houses of Parliament.
In a recent statement, the new head of the Met Police, Commissioner Sir Mark Rowley, said that protests such as these, including recent action by Just Stop Oil and Animal Rebellion, have not yet caused major disruption, despite hundreds of allocated police officers.
Well, let's get the latest now with our news reporter Alice Porter, who's still at the scene where the protests were. It looked pretty major to us when we saw the pictures, Alice.
Yeah, there was about 21 protesters who had glued themselves to Parliament Square, which, for those of you who don't know, is really very much in the heart of London. We've got Downing Street just behind me, and we've got the Houses of Parliament here, Westminster Abbey. So it's really very much a place where politicians are out and about, but also tourists as well. So for those of you who are watching, the road behind me was completely blocked on one side. This is a bit of the sawdust coming down because people were glued to the road, and the police officers were having to unglue the protesters one by one, and then they put sort of the sawdust down because of the stickiness on the road. Now, a lot of these Insulate Britain protesters, they're very sort of passive when they're arrested, but it was quite a mission to take 21 people and coordinate them into police vans. And whilst this was going on, there was also a coordinated protest by Stop the Oil, who began at Downing Street, but then also a number of their members continued here. And I was speaking to one of them and said, how much longer are you going to keep this up? Because this is their 12th consecutive day, and they said they're planning to do this into November. Now, this is going to cause a lot of disruption for people, particularly businesses in the area. And I saw one man who was looking pretty grumpy very nearby me today, and I asked him, you know, do you live here? What are you working here? And he runs a bus company, a bus tours, you know, the tourist ones you see around London. And he says every day 2 members of their staff are having to stand in these spots where, you know, tourist buses will come past onto the see Parliament, and having to redirect all their buses and redeploy them. And of course that's an enormous challenge, and he really said he was absolutely fed up to the back teeth with these protesters. But of course the protesters feel very much like you can hear some other protesters coming behind me. I tell you what, there's been so many different protests that have been happening today at Parliament. We know because of the PMQs that took place today, there is meant to be another protest happening this afternoon in regards to no faults eviction. Not quite sure what we've got here. Looks like, let's see. Not sure. I'll have to go and investigate and come back to you. But absolutely, by having the protest taking place here has been very strategic, because of course with PMQs in session, it's a good way to get your message through to the government.
Yes, we'll see if they glue themselves to the road up the top there of the square. Alice, for the moment, thank you for that. And just to indicate, the other pictures we're seeing actually were a protest taking place at the back of Downing Street. That was the Stop Oil protest. So, as Alice was saying, plenty of protests taking place. We'll keep you updated on the situation.
Now, earlier, we heard from the House of Commons that it was Prime Minister's questions. Prime Minister Liz Truss faced Labour leader Keir Starmer in as feisty session as ever.
Well, the economic turmoil, the hot topic of the day. And the Prime Minister had a job at hand to reassure, it seems, even her own MPs that she will get the country's finances under control. Our political correspondent Tom Harwood at Westminster for us. Tom, there were some pretty glum-looking faces on the Tory backbenches.
There were indeed. There were moments of really quite difficult elements of that Prime Minister's questions for the Prime Minister. Perhaps the most standout moment was, of course, when the Prime Minister tried to get a line in, a zinger in, against Sir Keir Starmer, saying, "I am not clear." And, of course, the Labour benches erupted with laughter, and indeed one member of the shadow front bench clapping before Liz Truss could get out the next part of that sentence. I'm not clear what the Leader of the Opposition stands for, but clearly the intended implication of her words was not taken as intended by the opposition benches. A moment of hilarity for them and a moment of glumness for the government benches. However, there were also some moments of clarity in her very first answer. There was some characteristic bluntness, I suppose, from the Prime Minister. She was asked, will that ban on no-fault evictions continue? There'd been media speculation that it wouldn't. She was asked to confirm if it would, and she said, I can. Sat back down. 2 words, and with that story was neutered. And I suppose there were some other blunt answers there as well, being asked by the Leader of the Opposition about whether or not spending cuts would come about. Now, she said they wouldn't. I have to say, in our lobby huddle afterwards with the Prime Minister's official spokesman just up behind the House of Commons in the press gallery, we really pressed in on that point. What does that mean? Does it mean the overall level of government spending? Of course, if you're adding in the enormous amount of spending on the energy price cap, you could, of course, see some spending reduction in departments and still have the overall level of government spending rise. It's clearly not a lot of clarity there in what that actually means. But I have to say, a commitment from not only the Prime Minister but also the Prime Minister's official spokesperson that the overall level of government spending will indeed go up. It's forecast to go up, and that will continue, he said. The other issue, I suppose, when it comes to the overarching strategy of the government is we were expecting what was called, at least in the press, allegedly in the corridors of Number 10 as well, Operation Rolling Thunder. Now, what was this? This was up to 8 different individual pieces of supply-side reform, migration reform, planning reform, childcare reform, all of these different big seismic pro-growth reforms that we were expecting to see from the government before the Chancellor's next fiscal statement, the mid-term fiscal statement, the medium-term fiscal statement that we're now expecting on the 31st of October. Well, the government now say because that fiscal statement has been brought forward, we may not see all 8 of those supply-side reforms before the fiscal statement. Indeed, we may only see 1 or 2 of them before the 31st. We'll have to keep our ears to the ground on that. And then just finally, of course, it wasn't just the Prime Minister's official spokesman that we get to speak to on Wednesdays, but also the leader of the opposition's official spokesman. And I have to say, I asked quite a few questions on where the Labour Party stands on all of this stuff, because the Prime Minister, Liz Truss, asked Sir Keir Starmer if he backed or not the energy price freeze, that guarantee it could cost up to £150 billion. I have to say that the leader of the opposition spokesman said what the leader of the opposition wouldn't. That is, they do back the energy price freeze. And that, of course, is the largest spending commitment in the mini-budget. So going through the 7 clear spending commitments in the mini-budget, the Labour Party back the energy price freeze up to £150 billion. They back the national insurance tax cut, that's £19 billion. They back the basic rate of tax cut, that's £5 billion. In fact, it seems that the only 2 measures of the whole mini-budget that the Labour Party have committed to opposing are the corporation tax measures and the stamp duty measures. So overall, whilst Sir Keir Starmer may say that he wants to reverse that budget, the Labour Party is committing to almost all of it.
Tom, that was quite a tour de force, as ever. Thank you. Thank you for bringing us up to date with everything that's happened in Westminster today.
Without hesitation or repetition. Very well done. Now, the prime suspect in the disappearance of Madeleine McCann, charged with sexual offences in Portugal, will be hearing from a former police officer to get the latest on that. First, so let's get a news update for you with Rosie.
Good afternoon, 2:32. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date. The Prime Minister says she's absolutely sticking to her pledge not to cut public spending as she continued to defend her government's budget. Liz Truss fended off questions from the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, in a heated Prime Minister's questions this afternoon. It's her first time in the dispatch box since the Chancellor unveiled that mini-budget. Sir Keir labelled Kwasi Kwarteng's plans as madness and said it had sent the economy into turmoil.
Who voted for this? Not homeowners paying an extra 500 extra on their mortgages. Who voted this? Not working people paying for tax cuts to the largest companies. Who voted for this? Not even most of the MPs behind her who know you can't pay for tax cuts on the never, never. Does she think the public will ever forgive the Conservative Party if they keep on defending this madness and go ahead with a kamikaze budget?
The Prime Minister responded saying the budget has delivered security for families for the next 2 winters.
It's made sure that we're going to see higher economic growth, lower inflation and more opportunities. The way that we will get our country growing is through more jobs, more growth, more opportunities, not through higher taxes, higher spending and his friends in the union stopping hard-working people get to work.
The Bank of England has confirmed its emergency bond buying scheme will close this Friday. Pension funds will need to find billions of pounds before the end of the week to make sure they can withstand market turmoil. The bank warned it will be challenging for some households to manage the projected rises in the cost of essentials alongside higher interest rates. Official figures show the UK's economy unexpectedly shrank by 0.3% in August. The Office for National Statistics says the fall was because of a slowdown in manufacturing and in consumer-facing businesses like retail, hairdressers and hotels. Some of the fall was partially offset by stronger than usual summer performance from professional services. We're on your TV, online and DAB+ radio. It's GB News.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch.
You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Let's bring you some breaking news we're getting from Thames Valley Police, who say they've found human remains at a house where they've been searching in Milton Keynes. This is the case of Leah Croucher, the 19-year-old who went missing back in 2019. So it's been a 3.5-year search for her. Now, Thames Valley Police say found the remains at a property at Lockspear Drive at Thurston in Milton Keynes. They began to search the house after a tip-off from a member of the public earlier this week. The murder inquiry, you remember, was launched after they found her rucksack and other personal belongings. We're being told that specialist teams remaining at that house for a significant period of time now to establish the latest in the inquiry. She was last seen on CCTV walking in that particular area of Thurston back in February 2019. We'll get more on that as it comes through.
Now, a court has heard allegations that a nurse smiled to parents of a premature baby girl after killing her at the 4th attempt.
Well, Lucy Letby is accused of the murder of 7 babies and the attempted murder of 10 more at the Countess of Chester Hospital back in 2015 and 2016. She denies all charges. Our North West of England reporter Sophie Reaper has the latest from that trial at Manchester Crown Court.
The prosecution continued their opening at the Lucy Letby trial here at Manchester Crown Court today. On Monday, the jury was sworn in and were given details around Child A and Child B in this case. Now, they were twins. Child A was allegedly murdered and Child B survived. Now, prosecutor Nick Johnson, KC, told the jury here that Lucy Letby was a constant malevolent presence at the Countess of Chester Hospital. Yesterday, we were then given in court the details around Child C through to Child G. The jury were told to look for patterns emerging as they were told about the methods that Lucy Letby allegedly used. We heard about injections of air into children's stomachs, milk or other fluids being injected via the nasogastric tube, even 2 instances of insulin poisoning. And this was always while Lucy Letby was on shift. Now, today they moved on to child I. They began the day with that, who they alleged Letby tried to kill on 4 separate occasions and was successful on the 4th try. Now, the jury also heard that Letby smiled at the mother of child I despite her daughter having just died. And the prosecutor described what she was doing as persistent, calculated and cold-blooded. Lucy Letby is a former nurse who's been accused of 7 murders of babies, as well as 10 further attempted counts of trying to murder babies while she worked at the Countess of Chester Hospital. Lucy Letby denies all of the charges against her.
Sophie Reaper there, updating us from Manchester Crown Court, and of course we'll bring you more on that trial as it continues.
The Supreme Court is hearing the second day of arguments that will determine if the Scottish Parliament can hold another independence referendum. Our GB News national reporter Paul Hawkins is following the case and joins us from the Supreme Court. Paul, just talk us through the arguments that are being made today.
So today, in fact all day, we have heard purely from James Eadie KC. He's the lawyer representing the UK government side of the case. And let's just remind ourselves of what these 5 Supreme Court judges are being asked to answer. They're basically being asked, do we have the jurisdiction to even hear this case in the first place? Secondly, if we are going to hear it, does a bill on a Scottish independence referendum relate to reserved matters? Reserved matters are matters reserved for Westminster to decide, which in this case is the Union. Now, does the Scottish independence bill on referendum relate to the Union? Relate being the key word there. So all morning he's been arguing about, and they've been scrutinising, and he's been cross-examined by the judges as well as to the definition of the words relate. He's been throwing in various case law from the past. They've been talking about the definition of reserved matters, about the demarcation and responsibilities between the Scottish Government and the UK Government. In fact, in the past few minutes, James Eadie has said that getting the Supreme Court involved in these matters of where the responsibility lies on these reserved matters, on these importance, on the importance of these issues, sucks the court into either an advisory or a political process. He then went on to say, where is the principal line? At what point can you do that? He asks, when and under what control? So he spent the vast majority of today arguing that the Supreme Court shouldn't even hear the case in the first place, and he spent a little bit of time as well talking about what the answer should be, if indeed they do try to answer, and that it is yes, this independence referendum bill does relate to a reserved matter, it does relate to the Union, and that on matters that are reserved for Westminster, only the UK's sovereign parliament, Westminster, has the power to decide whether the referendum takes place. Now, shortly we'll be hearing from Dorothy Bain, KC. She's the lawyer representing the Scottish Government. She will answer what James Eadie has been saying today, and then the hearing will conclude, and then the judges will take into account what they've heard over the last 2 days, and at least 8,000 pages of documents, which will take weeks, if not months, to go through. The optimists are hoping that there will be a verdict, a judgment passed down before Christmas, but the more realistic prospect is that it happens after Christmas. And of course, the probability, according to legal experts, is that the UK government will win their case, will win the case. But there is a possibility the Scottish government could be successful in trying to get the authority to bypass Westminster and have this referendum bill passed through Scottish Parliament.
Paul, thank you very much indeed.
Now, the prime suspect in the disappearance of Madeleine McCann charged in Germany with several sexual offences allegedly committed in Portugal. German prosecutors saying that the offences committed between 2000 and 2017, but not relating to the Madeleine McCann case, they say.
Madeleine went missing from her holiday apartment in 2007 while she was on holiday with her family in the Algarve region of Portugal.
Well, the 45-year-old convicted sex offender, Christian Bruckner, has been the main suspect since 2020, but denies any involvement in the case. Joining us now is Mark Williams-Thomas, former police officer, investigative journalist and documentary maker as well, who's been following this case for many years. Mark, thanks very much for joining us on this. Clearly, they've got a lot of detailed evidence that they're putting forward on these other incidents in Portugal, but nothing being said about the Madeleine McCann case.
No, so let me break it down. So I was in Portugal last year doing a thorough investigation in relation to Christian Bruckner, and that took me to Germany as well, and I met with Christian Bruckner's lawyer, and we spent a lot of time discussing the case and obviously finding some real detail, and subsequently made a programme. What I can tell you is that they obviously got a fair amount of evidence in relation to 2 indecent assaults. Those are an indecent assault and indecent exposure, one on a beach and one at a playground. They've also investigating a rape. This is all in Portugal. So this is a German police investigating allegations of offences in Portugal. The crucial one, of course, is Madeleine McCann. There is no evidence. The German prosecutor has been very clear to say that he believes very categorically that Christian Bruckner is responsible for Madeleine's disappearance and murder. He's gone on record and he's told me that.
Just to say, we're getting some wind interference on the microphone. I don't know if there's any way you can adjust that. Apologies for that, but it is just affecting our signal a little bit. You were just saying that clearly this is with the German police taking the lead, because we do remember Scotland Yard being involved in these investigations over the years.
Yeah, apologies, I'm outside abroad on a job. But the problem is at the moment is that the German police are investigating matters in Portugal. The British police, the New Scotland Yard, have got very little involvement. They are keeping a watching brief on this and obviously passing information when appropriate back to the family. But they have no direct involvement. In fact, they have stood back and let the Germans get on it. The German prosecutor is absolutely certain that Christian Bruckner is responsible for the disappearance and murder of Madeleine McCann. But unfortunately, he still doesn't have that evidence. They've now going down the road of bringing charges in relation to other sexual offences. But of course, the very key one, which is Madeleine's disappearance, they are no further forward.
Mark, just tell us what we do know about Christian Bruckner.
Christian Bruckner is a convicted child sex offender. He's been convicted for a number of offences, both in relation to contact, so that is offences as contact, and also non-contact offences with children with photographs. He is a nasty piece of work, certainly in relation to children. There's no doubt about that. But that doesn't mean that he is responsible for the abduction and murder of Madeleine. You have to have the evidence. And at this present moment in time, the German prosecutor has been very clearly saying he has the evidence. When you actually look at it and break it down, and I have done that with him, I've questioned him specifically about evidence that he has. It doesn't stand up to any scrutiny. There is 2 very interesting charges that they brought, and that is in relation to a video that is alleged to exist or have existed in relation to the rape of a elderly lady and a young child, 14, 15. Now, what's significant about this is that this video cassette, even if it did exist, it doesn't exist now. It's never been seen by the police. It's only been seen by 2 individuals who I've spoken to and whose credibility really is in doubt. And it is quite astonishing that the Germans are going to prosecute an individual on a video cassette that nobody has seen other than 2 discredited individuals. I find that quite astonishing. The other charges against him, there is other evidence. There's no doubt about that in relation to the allegation in the playground and in the beach. But in relation to the 2 allegations of rape for the video cassette, there is no evidence that exists, and I cannot see how he can get a successful prosecution on that.
OK, Mark, we'll have to leave it there. Apologies, as you say, you are outside, so we're getting some interference on the microphone. But thanks for updating us with the evidence, as you say, or otherwise, that the German police have. Thanks very much indeed. Mark Williams-Thomas there, a former police officer, now investigative journalist who's followed the case for many years.
So Liz Truss faced Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer in her first Prime Minister's questions since the conference recess.
Well, they clashed over the government's economic plans, surprise, surprise, including taxation and public spending. Crucially, the Prime Minister saying she would not cut public spending despite pressure to do so.
We can have a listen to some of the key moments.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Business Secretary toured the TV studios arguing that the turmoil in the markets has nothing to do with her budget. Does the Prime Minister agree with him?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we have done is we have taken decisive action. We have taken decisive action to make sure that people are not facing energy bills of £6,000 for 2 years. And I think we remember the opposition is only talking about 6 months. We've also taken decisive action to make sure that we are not facing the highest taxes for 70 years in the face of a global economic slowdown. And what we're making sure is that we protect our economy at this very difficult time internationally. And as a result of our action, Mr. Speaker, and this has been independently corroborated, we will see higher growth and lower inflation.
When will she stop ducking responsibility, do the right thing and reverse her kamikaze budget, which is causing so much pain?
Mr. Speaker, I'm genuinely unclear as to what the Labour Party's policy is on our energy price guarantee. It was the biggest part of our mini budget. Are the opposition saying they want to reverse it and they want to see people facing energy bills of £6,000? Is that what he's saying?
But she's still going ahead with £18 billion of tax cuts for the richest businesses, and they didn't even ask for it. She's still gift-wrapped a stamp duty cut for landlords, just as renters feel the pinch. And she's still holding out tax cuts for those who live off stocks and shares. Why does she expect working people to pick up the bill for her unfunded tax cuts for those at the top?
I notice that the Leader of the Opposition is still not saying whether or not he supports our energy price guarantee. This is very relevant, Mr. Speaker, because it is the biggest part. It is the biggest part of our mini budget. It's the biggest part of the mini budget. The fact is that all the opposition have said is that people should be supported for 6 months. Does he think that in March pensioners should be facing very high energy bills? Because that's what will happen if he doesn't support our energy price guarantee.
So, the scenes in the House of Commons with the economy off the rails. So let's go back on the rails with the historic steam locomotive Sir Nigel Gresley. It's returned to the North Yorkshire Moors Railway this month after a 7-year overhaul.
Entering service in 1937 and named after its legendary designer, it was the first train in the UK to set the official post-war speed record for steam traction of 112 miles per hour in May.
Well, fancy you knowing that.
1950. I know. You know me and my trains.
Our reporter Anna Riley has been speaking to passengers who enjoy the experience of travelling behind the only operational class, pay attention, A4 Pacific, as well as to make those who made it possible.
An engine built for speed. The Sir Nigel Gresley was designed to carry travellers from London to Edinburgh, setting a record along the way. Now, after a major refurb, it's given passengers in Yorkshire a taste of nostalgia, at the same time as preserving a piece of British history.
It's just a whole different era that we need to preserve, because they're much more magnificent than the trains that are running just now. The trains that are running just now have got no character. These things are almost living pieces of equipment, you know, it's absolutely fantastic.
Today's generation don't appreciate the hardship and, you know, that went into the railways, the hard work and the stamina, long hours that the people used to work. And I think it's good that they can come and see it and appreciate it.
Just the beauty of steam trains, it really is amazing. Just going back to my youth.
It's like social history and it's part of this country.
It's very evocative, isn't it? So I think that it's a good thing to have preserved engines and have children involved, and they're just atmospheric, aren't they?
It's just a nostalgia thing, isn't it? Somehow it's a better time is going on a steam train than a journey on a locomotive, you know, a diesel. It's just feels part of history, really.
The locomotive is operated by many volunteers at the North Yorkshire Moors Railway, who believe icons of the past like this one should be preserved for the future.
I've driven and fired every working A4 locomotive, and Sir Nigel Gresley today is probably the best one I've been in. They've done a fantastic job. But we built everything, we designed everything, we were excellent. And a lot of the skills now are no longer needed. Because they're no longer needed, they're no longer taught. And we run a very real risk of losing the skills that we used to have. It's vital that we remember what we were able to do, and we still do it, as good as we used to do.
Sir Nigel Gresley is celebrating its 85th anniversary in November and shows no sign of running out of steam yet. Anna Riley, GB News, Gromont.
Great pictures. That's a handsome engine, isn't it? No?
It is.
Oh, no, okay.
And lovely Yorkshire accents.
Well, yes, indeed. And
like?
lovely Yorkshire scenes as well.
Your views on the politics of the day. Thank you for getting in touch. On the economy, Linda says, bring back Mervyn King to the Bank of England. The
Remember him.
And previous governor always seem to be working against the UK. In my view, there is more going on in this saga than we are aware of.
Regarding those protests we've been seeing once more today, Phil says these protesters are relying on the police to be unstuck from the road, put an obscure barrier around so they can't be seen, and then just leave them there, he says. Just get the police to direct the traffic. If they want to be unglued, get them to call a service they have to pay for. We need to pass a law that protesters have to pay for any services that are used, i.e. police.
Thank you to all of you who have been in touch with us today. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the company. We'll be back tomorrow.
Patrick Christus coming up with GB News Live. Before that, though, weather and then the news headlines for you. Stay with us.
Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update. The weather continues to chop and change. Most places will have a fine, bright day on Thursday, but in the far south it'll be quite misty and murky, and there will be more wet and windy weather to come in the northwest. Right now we've got this weather front slowly coming across the country, but there are more gathering out in the Atlantic. This is bringing outbreaks of rain to parts of the Midlands, spreading into eastern England through this evening, and damp and drizzly conditions developing along the southernmost parts of England and Wales. Further north, brighter skies to end the day, but then clear skies overnight mean it will turn quite cold across Scotland and Northern Ireland, parts of northern England too, well down into single figures. So a touch of frost in the countryside with all the cloud and the misty, murky conditions in the south. Temperatures are likely to hold up for some in double digits. So a grey start for much of the southern parts of England and Wales on Thursday morning. A lot of cloud, misty, drizzly weather, and that is likely to continue along the south coast for most of the day. For many, any early mist and fog should clear away, and then it's dry and bright with sunny spells for northern England, North Wales, most of Scotland and Northern Ireland, but we will see some rain getting into north coast of Northern Ireland and northwest Scotland later on as the winds start to pick up here. Temperatures close to average for most places. Still a bit damp and drizzly through Thursday evening across the south. A bit more rain coming into parts of Scotland, one bound sinking south, another one following on behind as we head into Friday. And again, it's a messy picture for Friday. Further rain coming up from the south, further rain spreading in from the north. But between those zones of rain, there will again be some sunny spells for parts of eastern Scotland and northern England. More blustery showers coming into the far northwest. So it is chopping and changing quite a bit, the weather over the next couple of days. Temperatures, however, always remain around average, but feeling a little colder to end the week across the north. Bye for now.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christies. I'm not here to mess around with all the biggest topics and guests. You will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Hello everybody, this is GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys, and coming up, has Liz Truss thrown the Governor of the Bank of England under the bus? Do you care? Did she do it to protect Kwasi Kwarteng? The Prime Minister faced MPs at PMQs earlier. We'll bring you the very latest and reaction on that. Moving away from that, should child killers ever see the light of day again? Should they face the death penalty? The mother of James Bulger, who was tragically murdered in 1993 by two schoolboys, has called on the Prime Minister to keep one of his killers behind bars. Evil John Venables is reportedly facing a parole hearing within days, despite twice reoffending since murdering James. He's already been allowed out once, got dumped for some, let's be honest, rather nasty pictures on his computer, and he could be back out again. And did you feel forced into getting the COVID vaccine? It's emerged now that apparently Pfizer didn't test whether or not their vaccine stopped you transmitting COVID on to others. This is shocking, scandalous stuff, and I wish I'd never actually had the jab. But how about you? GB Views at gbnews.uk. Before that, here's your latest headlines.
Good afternoon, it's just 1 minute past 3. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date on GB News. The Prime Minister says she's absolutely sticking to her pledge not to cut public spending and continue to defend her government's budget. Liz Truss fended off questions from the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, in a heated Prime Minister's questions this afternoon. It's her first time at the dispatch box since the Chancellor unveiled the mini-budget. Well, Sir Keir labelled Kwasi Kwarteng's plans as madness and said it had sent the economy into turmoil. He called on Ms Truss and the government to reverse what he called the kamikaze budget.
Who voted for this? Not homeowners paying an extra 500 extra on their mortgages. Who voted this? Not working people paying for tax cuts to the largest companies. Who voted for this? Not even most of the MPs behind her who know you can't pay for tax cuts on the never, never. Does she think the public will ever forgive the Conservative Party if they keep on defending this madness and go ahead with a kamikaze budget? Yeah.
The Prime Minister responded, saying the budget has delivered security for families for the next 2 winters.
It's made sure that we're going to see higher economic growth, lower inflation and more opportunities. The way that we will get our country growing is through more jobs, more growth, more opportunities, not through higher taxes, higher spending and his friends in the union stopping hard-working people get to work.
The Bank of England has confirmed its emergency bond buying scheme will close this Friday. Pension funds will need to find billions of pounds before the end of the week to make sure they can withstand market turmoil. The bank have been forced to intervene amid the continuing fallout over the Chancellor's mini-budget. The Business Secretary, Jacob Rees-Mogg, says the Bank of England's in control of the tools to deal with inflation.
And the Bank of England must try and calculate what is the right pace to go for the UK economy. But you have to bear in mind that the way to stop inflation is through monetary policy. Everybody knows that. That is an interest rate tool that the Bank of England is in control of, and that is the mechanism that will be used to tackle inflation and already has been used.
Well, official figures show the UK's economy unexpectedly shrank by 0.3% in August. Experts have been expected economic growth to flatline. The Office for National Statistics says consumer-facing services, so retail, hairdressers and hotels, struggled, while there was a notable decrease in the manufacturing sector. Detectives looking for a woman who went missing 3 years ago have launched a murder inquiry after finding human remains. 19-year-old Leah Croucher was last seen on CCTV walking to work in Milton Keynes in February 2019. Thames Valley Police are searching a property where items belonging to her, including a rucksack, have been found following a tip-off from the public on Monday. It says specialist teams will remain at the property for a significant period of time. The NHS has, for the first time, issued an amber alert over critically low levels of blood supplies. Non-urgent operations requiring blood could be postponed as hospitals have been told to implement plans to protect stocks and to prioritise supply. The NHS overall supply of O-type blood, that's the universal type that can be given to anyone, have fallen to below 2 days. The shortages are thought to be due to ongoing staff issues. The brother of the mayor of Kyiv, Ukraine's capital, says Russia's president is deliberately targeting civilians. Yesterday, several areas of Ukraine, including the capital, were targeted by Russia, leaving at least 26 people dead and dozens more injured. Ukrainian former heavyweight boxing champion Vladimir Klitschko told GB News Vladimir Putin's targeting civilian infrastructure to make up for losses on the battlefield.
Russia, Putin in this case, is the leader of the country, trying to put us all on a knee so we freeze, we have no food, and try to dictate what we actually want to do and how we're supposed to live. And that's the strategy and tactic of Russia in this case, because on the front line, they don't have success.
The UK government's representative has told the Supreme Court it's obvious the Scottish Parliament doesn't have the competence to legislate for another independence referendum. The court have been asked to decide if Scotland's Parliament have the legal authority to go ahead and hold a second vote despite opposition from the UK government. Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon intends to hold a vote next October, while the two-day hearing ends today. This is GB News. I'll bring you more as it happens. Now to Patrick.
Hello, everybody. Now, I, like many others, got the vaccine not for my own personal protection, actually, but because I was told it would protect others. I was sceptical about the COVID jab. I was sceptical about how quickly it was rushed onto the market. I was sceptical about the lack of long-term data. But every single day I was bombarded with TV doctors, medical professionals and politicians telling me and you that if we didn't get jabbed, we'd kill grandma. We'd slaughter the weak and vulnerable. If we didn't want it for ourselves, then get it for others. And if you don't do that, then you're evil and shall have your civil liberties curtailed. Well, it's emerged now, as we're going to discuss throughout the course of this show, that Pfizer apparently didn't test to see whether or not the vaccine stopped transmission before it was put out to market. And yet they did nothing to stop what, in my view, was the drip, drip, drip of pressure and even abuse that the non-vaccinated people faced. Scandalous. Knowing what we know now, would you get vaxxed? GB Views at gbnews.uk. Lots to get stuck into there. Civil liberties curtailed, etc. And we're going to be talking about this throughout the course of the show. Very quickly as well, it's interesting to note we have tried relentlessly now to get the usual kind of doctors that we would normally get on, those kind of people who would normally go to the opening of a fridge door. Well, it's all gone quiet over there as it currently stands. I wonder why that could possibly be. Maybe we should have given them a different medical story and they'd have been queuing up to come on. GB Views at gbnews.uk. But I went out and asked the great British public whether or not they felt pressured into getting the vaccine.
To protect myself, to protect others. It's all about protection. I think you were safer with it than without it, on the balance of evidence.
I did get pressured, especially with travelling and things like that. Obviously, I've had a baby now, which is 3 months. I'm due to have a booster. I don't really want it, but I do feel like to travel, I need it.
Lots of people did. I mean, I've never had so many emails from the NHS. Having said that, I think the NHS are fantastic and they've done a brilliant job.
Okay.
But
and you think Pfizer should have been more honest?
I think all of them should have been more honest. Government, everyone.
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want to protect yourself against anything that's a potential viral infection?
Was any of it to potentially protect others as well?
What? No, just more for myself.
Just for you?
I'm very selfish in that front, no.
My mother's diabetic and my father's in a care home, so it's mainly, I mean, I've gone through mental health issues and depression, so not so I don't value my life as much due to going through a severe bout of depression, but I value other people's around me.
Can I just ask you, it's emerged that Pfizer now have come out and said that they didn't know at the time that they were rolling this out whether or not the COVID vaccine actually stopped you giving it to others.
Okay, no,
do you think they could have been more honest about that?
Of course they should, yeah, 100% it should have been, yeah, because that was the whole point of it, right? It was to stop us spreading it.
Don't kill well.
Yeah. I mean, how much did we see that on the TV? And if that's not the case and we was misled, then someone's got answers to questions to answer, certainly.
Lots of questions to answer here. Why were we not told at the time that Pfizer had not tested to see if that vaccine actually stopped transmission? Why did Pfizer themselves not step in and stop the likes of your usual TV doctor types and your Chris Whitties of this world actually telling us that it prevented transmission to a degree? Why is that? Could there be big money involved? I'll be finding that out, hopefully, throughout the course of this show. But I want to hear from you. Knowing what you know now, would you get jabbed? Did you feel pressure? Did you feel coerced? Did you feel manipulated into getting it? Or, actually, would you get jabbed up to the eyeballs all over again? All views are welcome here. GBviews at gbnews.uk. We are going to be talking about it later on with a couple of guests. We are desperately trying to get one of those usual medical types on, the people that we normally can't move for. We have just one phone call, one ring it is, and they're straight on to talk about something. They'd have been straight on if we were talking about how good the jab is, but no. They're all suspiciously busy today. I wonder why that is. GBviews at gbnews.uk. Before we get stuck into that, we're going to do something a little bit more political, because first, Liz Truss faced Labour leader Sir Keir Starmer in her first Prime Minister's question since the conference recessed this afternoon. They clashed over the government's economic plans, including taxation and public spending. Crucially, the Prime Minister said she wouldn't cut public spending. In fact, she said she absolutely wouldn't cut it, which is pretty much binding, despite a lot of pressure to do so. Let's just have a quick reminder from earlier today.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Business Secretary toured the TV studios arguing that the turmoil in the markets has nothing to do with her budget. Does the Prime Minister agree with him?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we have done is we have taken decisive action. We have taken decisive action to make sure that people are not facing energy bills of £6,000 for 2 years. And I think we remember the opposition is only talking about 6 months. We've also taken decisive action to make sure that we are not facing the highest taxes for 70 years in the face of a global economic slowdown. And what we're making sure is that we protect our economy at this very difficult time internationally. And as a result of our action, Mr. Speaker, and this has been independently corroborated, we will see higher growth and lower inflation.
OK, the way that Liz Truss was wearing a dress the same colour as the chair behind her made it look a bit like a talking head for a while there, didn't it? But let's just cross over now to Westminster, the epicentre, the seat of power, to speak to GB News' political reporter, Catherine Forster. Catherine, thank you very much. Lots of pressure on Prime Minister Liz Truss today. How did she perform, do you think?
I think on balance, she performed pretty well. I mean, she is under a phenomenal amount of pressure, isn't she? This is only her second PMQs that she's ever done. In fact, only the second Prime Minister's questions since Parliament broke up for recess back in the summer, because there was then the recess for the party conferences and, of course, when the Queen died. So a bit out of the habit of Prime Minister's questions. But I think she performed more fluently than she often does when she's making a speech, like at party conference last week. She simply ignored a number of Keir Starmer's questions. She said something very clearly at the very beginning, which was that the government were not going to drop the ban on no-fault evictions, which was being floated yesterday. That's not going to happen. And something else that she was unexpectedly, I think, clear on was during the leadership campaign, she had been asked about cuts to public services and she had said that she wouldn't do so. Keir Starmer asked her clearly if she stood by that, and she said absolutely. Now, only of course yesterday, the Institute for Fiscal Studies was saying that was a £60 billion black hole in the public finances from Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng's plans, and inferring that major cuts would have to be made. Now, the Prime Minister today has implied that that is not going to happen. So it will be fascinating to see when the 31st of October rolls around, if indeed we wait that long for the Chancellor's medium-term fiscal plan and the OBR forecast, what is going to give here? Because clearly the markets are in turmoil. How are they going to square the circle of major tax cuts without cutting public spending? It's curious. We don't have the answer yet.
Well, I'll tell you what I think is equally curious is the idea of releasing a financial statement on Halloween. I mean, the optics of that are absolutely terrible. I don't know who's advising them to do that, but they absolutely should do it before Halloween or after, certainly not on the day itself. The headlines write themselves. But, Catherine, has Liz Truss thrown Kwasi Kwarteng under the bus? She accused him of being thrown under the bus initially, but then, of course, now maybe it's the Governor of the Bank of England she's throwing under the bus. Has she got a very big bus?
Well, of course, the Chancellor and the Prime Minister have been for many, many years very close. They came into Parliament together in 2010. Ideologically, they have been in lockstep. They're both free market, small state, low tax libertarians. They came in with this grand plan to be disruptors, and unfortunately for them, so far, the markets have not warmed to that. I think possibly because of the language that they used, possibly partly because of the lack of the OBR forecast. And of course, Liz Truss is very keen to point out there are global factors, and also perhaps the Bank of England were slow to raise interest rates. But there are signs of cracks in her relationship with the Chancellor. Certainly some speculation that ultimately he might have to go. I think that would be extremely difficult for her, but it seems likely now, although they are denying this, that parts of that anything but mini budget that was announced only a couple of weeks ago will have to be dropped. Potentially the not raising corporation tax from 19 to 25%, which was what Rishi Sunak, the previous Chancellor, was going to do, that could save them a lot of money. But of course, that was central to the Chancellor's plan for growth. So really, no easy options.
No.
But of course, blaming the Bank of England, Jacob Rees-Mogg was on GB News a little earlier. He was very careful to row back on his language from earlier today. Doesn't really reassure the markets at a time that they're obviously very jittery.
Catherine Forster, thank you very, very much from Westminster. Just reviewing Liz Truss's second PMQs. We're going to be continuing a little bit with our political and economic theme, but just a quick reminder, GBViews at gbnews.uk. The inbox is in front of me and it's been lighting up about these Pfizer revelations that actually they hadn't tested to see whether or not the COVID jab would stop transmissibility of the coronavirus before, essentially, we were all told to get the jab, otherwise you might kill your grandma and have your civil liberties taken off you. GBViews at gbnews.uk. We'll be returning to that throughout the show. But also today, Liz Truss said the government is working to protect the public from rising energy bills amid accusations that plans for a cap on the revenues of renewable energy generators, bit of a mouthful that, and nuclear power plants amounts to a windfall tax. So the move could hit the profits of energy companies like Scottish Power and SSE, who generate from record high wholesale power prices. So essentially, windfall tax. These big energy companies apparently making loads of money out of our misery. Now they're going to be taxed on it. But all is not as it seems, people, as we're going to discuss, because the government insists it's not imposing a windfall tax. Labour argues that it's doing just that. Ministers say the link between soaring gas prices, renewable and nuclear energy must be broken. That's why they're capping the price of older, low-carbon electricity production with what they say will be a temporary limit on company revenues. Joining me now is Malcolm Grimson, a Senior Research Fellow at Imperial College. Malcolm, thank you very, very much. Look, just to cut through a bit of the noise on all of this, I can't help but wonder, if we hadn't listened so much to Greta Thunberg, would our bills be costing the amount that they are now?
I mean, it's certainly the case that we need to look again at producing gas in the United Kingdom, because we've become extremely dependent on imports. That being said, the climate is in difficulties, and I do believe that climate change is real, and we need to move in that direction. But of course, at the moment, the short-term issues are around people's bills and getting through the next year or two, and we need to balance that need with the longer-term need for the environment.
Just paint that line that these energy companies are making unbelievable profits at the moment, and that we need to give them a windfall tax. Does it actually work out like that? Have their costs of production not gone up? The cost of exploration, for example? And of course, a lot of them are, in fact, investing or trying to do a lot of research into green renewable energy, aren't they? Are they actually profiting that much out of our misery?
Well, the discussion at the moment is about the low carbon sources. So it's not about oil and gas, where the exploration costs are significant and always have been. It's more that at the moment, because for electricity, it's actually the gas price that more or less sets the electricity price. And it is the case that those sources like renewables and nuclear, which don't depend on gas, have seen their profits increase very significantly. Having said that, energy is a long-term business. You can't just look at what happens in one particular year. You have to look really over something like 30 years, typically, between the initial investment being made and it having fully paid off that investment. We've had long periods where nobody was making any money at all out of electricity. In fact, the whole industry went bust in the early 2000s. And you need to balance that with periods where they are making very significant amounts of profit. Otherwise, they won't invest.
OK, look, Malcolm, thank you very much. Short and sweet, but I think we got right to the point there. Malcolm Grimston, a Senior Research Fellow at Imperial College. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of a gear change this, OK? It's a story that I've been desperate to cover. I feel very, very passionate about this, and I'm sure that a lot of you will as well. We all remember that shocking, terrible case of poor little James Bulger. Well, James Bulger's mother has now written to Prime Minister Liz Truss in an attempt to block her son's evil, depraved killer from being granted parole. Why is this even a question? There's reports that the parole board is preparing to decide whether to release one of the toddler's killers, John Venables, from prison. Now, a little bit of context here about John Venables. Venables has reoffended twice since being convicted of the toddler's murder in 1993. Some of that includes child abuse images on his computer. The Justice Secretary has the power to intervene to prevent him from being freed. Joining me now is forensic psychologist Dr. Kerry Nixon. Thank you very, very much. I'm going to ask a question now that I can't help but think that a lot of viewers and listeners might be thinking. Is the only way to make sure that depraved offenders, people who commit sick, twisted crimes against children, is the only way to make sure they don't do that again to bring back the death penalty?
As a forensic psychologist and somebody that's worked in this area for 25 years, I don't agree with the death penalty. I wouldn't do the job that I do if I don't believe in some form of rehabilitation. However, I do absolutely agree that in certain cases, things like whole life tariffs have to be used. There are people that remain a danger to society.
He did what he did when it came to James Bulger, one of the most violent and horrific deaths that anyone could ever imagine on someone so vulnerable. There's a reason why this case has continued to grip the nation. He's then gone out and been done for child porn, essentially. This guy, can he ever be rehabilitated?
That's the really important point that you've just made there. As an adult, he is reoffended twice. Not once, twice. And also, when we consider the indecent images of children that he had, they were in category A. And category A indecent images are the most serious type. They would have been really disturbing images. They were reported to include things like pain and distress in the images of the children. So we have to think about his reoffending now as an adult. He's 40 years of age now, and he's still reoffending. And the parole board, in their assessments recently, have talked about current risk factors. He thinks about sex a lot. He's got problems maintaining relationship. He's got a lack of self-awareness, an inability to deal with stress, ongoing employment difficulties when he was in the community. This is a man that hasn't just got historical risk factors, he's got current risk factors, and that's what we need to focus on.
Can I talk to you a little bit, as in your profession? I know you're a forensic psychologist, but you're obviously very well trained, generally, would imagine, when it comes to psychology. The psychology of the people on a parole board that might consider releasing this chap back out into the wild, because let's be honest, it's not them who he's going to be living next door to. And I can't help but wonder how they sleep at night, knowing, if indeed they decide to, knowing that this guy's back out on the streets.
The thing is, when you've got a parole board, they have to adhere to sentencing guidelines, they have to adhere to, does this person pose a current risk to society? That's the question they're answering. And as a professional, you have to remove emotion. As a mother, as a member of society, I share the absolute disgust in this case. But as a professional, I have to work from a professional point of view, and that's what those parole board members will do. However, I think many, many mistakes are made in parole hearings. I do. I've often been involved myself, and I've disagreed with the results. And I think the parole board, the whole system, needs looking at. There's been so many recent cases where mistakes have been made. Risk assessments are conducted, and the risk assessment in this case is that he is a high risk. And unless something, an absolute miracle has happened, I don't see how that's changed.
Well, no, of course. I mean, there's absolutely no way anyone convinced me that a bloke that kills a toddler in such a horrific way then goes on to watch some of the worst categories of child porn that one could imagine, and goodness knows what else, frankly, will ever be safe to walk the streets of Britain. And I personally would not do him the courtesy of giving him a fake identity either, but that's just me. Dr. Kerry, thank you very much. Dr. Kerry Nixon, I'm going to have to leave it there, I'm afraid. Of course, a forensic psychologist just reacting, if you're just joining us, to the news that one of James Bulger's killers, John Venables, may be about to be back out on the streets. How do you feel about that? GBviews at gbnews.uk. Coming up, economists have roundly rejected Business Secretary Jacob Rees-Mogg's claim that the UK financial turmoil was not being driven by the mini-budget. He blamed the Bank of England. More on that economic turmoil, how it might be hit and how it might indeed hit the pound in your pocket, with our economics editor, Liam Halligan. We want to break it down for you, OK? How does it really affect you? Liam's going to cut through the jargon. And I have been asking throughout the show as well, gbviews at gbnews.uk, knowing what you know now about the fact that Pfizer did not check to see if their vaccine stopped transmissibility before they put it out onto the market. Do you feel pressured and conned into taking the jab, or would you take it again? Back in a moment.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
I'm Dan Wootton. Join me Monday to Thursday from 9 to 11 for the feistiest and most fun news debate on TV, where free speech reigns. I'll bring you a sharp take on the day's biggest stories, bombshell newsmaker interviews, and A-list guests. And I guarantee you, no spin, no bias, no censorship, and no reason to go to bed. That's Dan Wootton Tonight, Monday to Thursdays from 9 on GB News.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, Liz Truss has faced MPs in the House of Commons as she faces mounting pressure on her government's economic strategy. Turbulence continues in the financial markets today, and with the Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey declaring that the bank will not extend its support into markets from Friday, and reports from the Office of National Statistics saying that we're one step closer to recession. What does all of this actually mean? Joining me now is our economics and business editor, the one and only Liam Halligan, with On the Money. Right, Liam, I thoroughly enjoyed our chat yesterday because I felt like we cut through the noise, frankly, and didn't just parrot the old doom and gloom and everything that's been going on. What have we got for us today?
It's kind of a mixed picture, actually. I mean, the headline you just read out, yeah, the pound did fall this morning, but it's pretty much recovered since then against the dollar. And yes, the Office for National Statistics did suggest that the economy contracted last month. I say suggest because it's a monthly number, it's a preliminary number, and these numbers are revised at least twice, sometimes three times, before they become actual numbers. And last month, of course, we saw bank holidays, the Queen's funeral, and so on, which kind of stymied a lot of economic activity. In fact, the International Monetary Fund says the UK is going to grow faster this year than any other G7 economy by 3.6%. So it is a very mixed picture. That's not to say there aren't big concerns out there, and there are, because what we call the 10-year gilt yield, stay with me, where the government, that's where the government borrows money for 10 years. That's the kind of the bedrock of the financial system. Mortgage rates, personal loans rates are kind of benchmarked against, they're higher, but they're set. That's the floor of them. That is now about 4.5%, up from 3.5% before Kwasi Kwarteng's mini budget on the 23rd of September. But at least for now, it seems steady. So I think the market has swallowed the idea that Andrew Bailey put forward this morning in a speech when he said, we're not going to intervene anymore after Friday. Whether or not they can hold that line remains to be seen. But for now, at least, there's a bit of stability, and borrowing costs seem to be relatively steady, albeit higher than they were a month ago.
So if I'm just, Margaret from Margate, or just, your average man or woman on the street, right, I shouldn't be as catastrophically depressed about the state of my economy as I might be forgiven for being if I was just, I don't know, watching the BBC or something.
Yeah, I think all broadcasters, to be fair, deal in iconoclasm. The budget, the fiscal accounts, it's always either a war chest or a black hole. People like me have to come in and give some kind of proper analysis because we actually know stuff in terms of what's going on the economy. It is a concern. This is a period of financial turmoil, and we are in a long-term increase in interest rates. Interest rates have been going up since January. Remember I showed you that graph yesterday? You did. Which I think was a bit of a breakthrough. Certainly a lot of people have been citing similar numbers on other broadcasters that I've seen. What I showed you yesterday was a graph that back in January this year, average mortgage costs were about 2.5%, and now they're up at 6%. But it had been very much a steady increase through the spring, the summer, before the mini budget. Yeah, there's been a bit more of an uptick since the mini budget, but this is a long-term trend that's going on. I think Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng, they've been like the catalyst for this big increase in interest rates rather than fueling the big increase in interest rates. The big increase in interest rates has been a very long time in the making because we had ultra-low interest rates for 10 years after the global financial crisis. Far too low, in my view, and that's why a lot of people got themselves deeply into debt, trying to buy massively overpriced houses, the price of which have been juiced up by the low interest rates and investors coming in and buying them as rather than just ordinary families. And a lot of those families, unfortunately, and I say this with huge regret, when they go to remortgage at sort of 6.5% rather than 2.5%, it's seriously going to impact their family finances. And, you know, some people may lose their homes. That's the reality here. When we talk about all these arcane concepts, there are real people behind these numbers, and the numbers hugely impact ordinary people, even though I totally understand more than anyone, perhaps, how difficult it is to get your head around this stuff if you don't ordinarily follow it.
Absolutely. Liam, look, thank you very much, as always. Liam Halligan there, our economics and business editor. Really breaking it down for you there, ladies and gentlemen. Right, well, coming up, why the British Medical Association is warning the NHS is at, quotes, breaking point and called for immediate government action. We are also going to be going to your views, gbviews at gbnews.uk. These big Pfizer revelations, they apparently did not do us the courtesy of testing whether or not their jab would stop transmission. Before, we were all told that we had to get it, sometimes get it twice, maybe get it 3 times, otherwise we're all evil, we'll kill grandma and won't be able to go on holiday. But first is your latest news.
Good afternoon, 3:35. I'm Rosie Wright, keeping you up to date. The Prime Minister says she's absolutely sticking to her pledge not to cut public spending as she continued to defend her government's budget. Liz Truss fended off questions from the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, in a heated Prime Minister's questions this afternoon, her first time at the dispatch box since the Chancellor unveiled that mini-budget. Well, Sir Keir labelled Kwasi Kwarteng's plans as madness and said it had sent the economy into turmoil.
Who voted for this? Not homeowners paying an extra 500 extra on their mortgages. Who voted this? Not working people paying for tax cuts to the largest companies. Who voted for this? Not even most of the MPs behind her who know you can't pay for tax cuts on the never, never. Does she think the public will ever forgive the Conservative Party if they keep on defending this madness and go ahead with a kamikaze budget?
Well, the Prime Minister responded saying the budget's delivered security for families for the next 2 winters.
It's made sure that we're going to see higher economic growth, lower inflation and more opportunities. The way that we will get our country growing is through more jobs, more growth, more opportunities, not through higher taxes, higher spending and his friends in the union stopping hard-working people get to work.
The Bank of England's confirmed its emergency bond buying scheme, put in place to stabilise the markets, will close this Friday. Pension funds will need to find billions of pounds before the end of the week to make sure they can withstand market turmoil. The bank warned it will be challenging for some households to manage the projected rises in the cost of essentials alongside higher interest rates. Official figures show the UK's economy unexpectedly shrank by 0.3% in August. The ONS says the fall was because of a slowdown in manufacturing and in consumer-facing businesses like retail and hotels. Well, some of the fall was partially offset by stronger-than-usual summer performance from professional services. We're on your TV, online and your DAB+ radio. This is GB News.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and TuneIn apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club.
Oh my goodness me.
And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, lots of you have been getting in touch with your thoughts on whether or not John Venables, the evil man who murdered James Bulger, should be released from prison. Margaret says he should not be let out. He's had his chance to reform and ended up back behind bars twice. That's right, one of those times, actually, for having child abuse images on his laptop that were Category A, the very worst kind. Not that there's any good kind, of course, but the very worst kind of child abuse images. Shocking stuff. Can this man really be reformed? In my opinion, no. Mark says people like this should stay behind bars forever. How would people feel if the person killed was one of their own family or friends? Well, they wouldn't let them out, would they, Mark? That's the point. They wouldn't let them out. And I want to know what you guys think about this as well. Of course, in no way whatsoever calling for any kind of vigilante justice, but should he be given another fake identity at our expense, at taxpayers' expense, to protect him from the public who presumably do not wish him well? We've got Adrian on. Adrian says he committed murder, a child murder, by the way, Adrian, murder of a toddler. He committed murder. He's a re-offending, dangerous man who must be kept in prison. Yes, I'm inclined to believe you and agree with you when it comes to that. GB Views, gbnews.uk. Right, we're moving on now to the NHS. Rather a lot to get stuck into with the NHS when it comes to our show today. We have been discussing, of course, the old COVID jab, whether or not people feel as though there was a bit of coercion in that. Do you feel it was the right thing to do, of course? Do you feel as though it protected you and others? We want to have a range of views here, gbviews@gbnews.uk. But first, the British Medical Association has warned that the NHS is on the brink of collapse. No, this is not the same headline that I read last year. It's not the same headline that we all read every single winter. But a poll revealed that more than 2 in 5 of the most senior hospital medics are planning to leave the NHS in the next year. The BMA is now calling for immediate government action after the survey suggests that roughly 8,000 consultants suggested pay and pension tax arrangements were some of the reasons why they plan to leave. Meanwhile, 9 in 10 consultants said this year's pay rise of 4.5% was inadequate or completely unacceptable. Are we at crisis point in the NHS, or do this lot need to shut up and get to work saving lives? Joining me on the show right now is Helen O'Connor, who's a former nurse and a GMB union spokesperson and former Health Secretary. Stephen Dorrell, thank you very much, both of you, for joining me. Helen, I will start with you. Is it not irresponsible towards patients, people who some of these medical professionals took the Hippocratic Oath to protect, if they now decide that they want to quit their jobs en masse?
Well, the BMA are absolutely correct. The NHS is in a state of collapse, and that's from years of restructuring, years of NHS trusts having to find cost efficiency savings, and years of attacks on the pay terms and conditions of doctors and nurses. And we have to be really clear, there is no NHS without skilled, experienced staff to provide the services to the patients. So things are in a pretty dire state. And what are nurses and doctors supposed to do? Are they supposed to carry on with with everything collapsing around them. The fact is that things are in a really bad way now. The workloads are really high. It's the most experienced staff who are leaving the NHS, and that is a risk to patients. We have to be really clear about that. Pay terms and conditions are inextricably linked to patient care and patient safety. And if you have a health service where there's inexperienced staff who don't know what they're doing, that's a risk to patients. That's where patients will suffer harm. If there's not enough staff, they'll suffer neglect. So we have to be really, really clear here. We need a situation where the staff who deliver the service on the front line are paid and looked after properly, because good care will flow directly from that.
OK, so former Health Secretary Stephen Dorrell, apparently good care is directly linked to how much people are being paid.
No, it's not, in fairness, what Helen said. She said good care is related to it having a properly motivated and engaged workforce, which is clearly true. I think, if I may say so, there's quite a lot of grandstanding on all sides going on here. We shouldn't be surprised the BMA represents doctors. That's what they're paid to do. We shouldn't be surprised when the Royal College of Nursing represents nurses. That's what they're paid to do. What is undoubtedly true is that there is a shortage of skilled people to work, both in the health and social care system. The two are part and parcel of the same problem. And where I think we need to calm down a bit is to recognise that we will never deliver our objectives for either health or social care if we don't address the concerns of the people who work in those services.
OK, so Helen, I'll throw it back over to you. Is it a bit too easy for medical professionals to blame a lack of pay and government inadequacies? Because from where I'm sitting, I get emails every single day about this. Patients, potentially millions of patients, are very unhappy with what they would regard as a poor quality of care, and the negligence payouts from the NHS would appear to reinforce that as well. And that simply cannot all be. Please do not give me the usual line of "we're all so tired that we can't do a good job."
So you've got to think, look back. Yes, you've got to look back to how the situation has developed. And when I first started in the NHS, we did have good staffing. We did have safe services. People could get appointments with their GP. And then you're looking at years down the line, the impact, like I said, of constant and continuous restructuring to the front line, pay terms and conditions being driven down. And it's actually very, very difficult when you work in the NHS.
Sorry, just quickly on that one, it's just difficult for me to understand, because when you first started out, when you said there was adequate staffing and everything was rosy in the garden, the budget for the NHS was a lot less than it is now. So what is it, overpopulation?
No, what's happened over time is that services have been hollowed out. Services have been hollowed out. So there's been restructuring. Services have been moved, merged. We've lost something like half of the beds across the NHS over the last 30 years from cutbacks. And in the meantime, you've seen the conditions of staff not keeping, the pay of staff not keeping line with inflation. So things have been cut down. Things have been pared down to the bone. And right now we're in a position where a lot of staff are leaving, as the BMA have pointed out, and these are the most experienced doctors. Last year you had 40,000 skilled, experienced nurses leave the NHS as well. So you've got to think about the staff who are in the NHS now coping with all those vacancies, coping with stress, people going off with stress. So this situation has developed over a period of time. That's what I'm trying to say to you. And things were better before. I do remember when things were better before. You could get a face-to-face appointment with your GP, for example. Nowadays, you'll have people not even able to do that, or having to.
OK, I'm just gonna lob it back over. Stephen, former Health Secretary Stephen Dorrell. Where are all these people going? Are they going to go? Are they going to work in somebody else's healthcare service? Do you know?
Well, first of all, can I say that there's a tendency in the health service. I've been around the health service. I was first appointed a health minister in 1990, now over 30 years ago. And I was always told then that things used to be much better. I used to be told, actually, by a journalist friend of mine, that the health service was established on the 4th of July 1948, and on the 5th of July 1948, morale reached an all-time low. So this is a story that recurs. But having said all that, there's a serious issue here. healthcare delivery, health and care delivery, social care, including as well as the health service. I cannot overemphasize the importance of thinking of the two together, does rely on skilled, motivated, professional people. Slagging them off from public podiums doesn't help the issue. What we need to do is to address the issues that stand in the way of motivating them. It's undoubtedly true people are leaving the service. That is a problem for the management of the service as well as for the individuals. And we need to engage with them and with their representatives to address a real problem, but try to do it in a way, as I say, that avoids grandstanding and addresses the issues one by one.
Stephen, thank you very much. I hope you don't feel undervalued here, Stephen. I know I gave the first word to Helen, but I'm just going to give the last one as well, because we are a bit pressed for time. But, Helen, what other country's health service are all these medical professionals leaving to go and work in then?
So people are leaving. I mean, they're leaving for other jobs. I, for example, left in the end. And one of the reasons I left is because it was very demoralising for me as a nurse to not be able to get. But
what other country's health service are they leaving to? Because otherwise they just want to leave the profession, don't they? They don't just want to leave our health service.
So they're leaving. My understanding is they're leaving completely.
You can, Stephen. Go on, Helen. You answer, and then I'll give the last word to Stephen then. Go on.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily that they're going off to work. And I mean, some are going to agencies because the agency pay and conditions are better, which is very, very expensive for the NHS, actually. And we'd be far better off retaining our staff within the service and paying them properly rather than using agencies. So that's one example. And then some are leaving the profession completely. I mean, myself, I'm a typical example of that. So it's not necessarily the case that they're going to other countries. But I just want to make the point just really quickly. It's very demoralising when you're a healthcare professional and you cannot get services for patients, or patients are waiting a very long time for things, and that's driving people out as well. They can't deliver the care that they want to deliver.
I understand. Stephen, go on very quickly. I'm getting shouted at here.
I want to make a general point that you might put to Liam Halligan when he's next in your studio. We have now more vacancies than we have people available to work in our economy. The health service doesn't work in isolation. People have a choice. And if they can see better or more rewarding work outside healthcare delivery, that's where they go.
All right, both of you, thank you very, very much. Really enjoyed that. Helen O'Connor there, former nurse and a GMB union spokesperson, and former Health Secretary Stephen Dorrell. Great stuff. Right, we're going to have to rattle through this now, people. I've only gone and done it again. Torn strips off the running order. Downing Street has indicated it's keeping an open mind when it comes to an extra bank holiday for the King's coronation. King Charles's ceremony will be held on Sunday, the 6th of May at Westminster Abbey. Be nice as bank holiday then, because it's the day after my mum's birthday. Anyway, Camilla, the Queen Consort, will be alongside the King and will also be crowned in the historic ceremony. It's going to be a very different coronation, though, OK? Less coronation, more Coronation Street, because they're going to do it on a budget, apparently. I personally want them to blow the bank for this, all right? I want to see gold carriages left, right and centre. I want to see the lot of it. This is, of course, a resplendent day in British history. I don't want the world to look at us and think we're doing it on the cheap. I'm joined now by BBC royal correspondent, former, no less, Michael Cole. Michael, thank you very much. I want a coronation, not Coronation Street.
Oh, Patrick, you're not going to be disappointed. There'll be no shortage of pageantry, pomp and circumstances. It'll be coming out of your ears. You'll be able to go down there and cheer. The British love a good parade, and they're certainly going to get it. Of course, it's going to be different. The last coronation, and bear in mind, there have been more solar eclipses in the last 200 years than there have been coronations. The last coronation, which I remember very well, being 10 years old at the time, on June the 2nd, 1953. That was the sort of last hurrah of the old British Empire. The Queen was then the Queen of 34 different realms. Well, today, Prince Charles, who is now King Charles III, is the monarch of 14 realms. So it's going to be very different. Somehow they managed to fit in the entirety of the British aristocracy. 8,000 people were inside the Abbey. I don't know how they did it. It'll be trimmed down to 2,000 this time. And there you see the new king and the Queen Consort. And that's something, of course, completely different, because she is going to be crowned sitting next to him. She's going to be anointed. She's going to be there in all her ceremonial robes. And whatever else they do, Patrick, they won't be cutting down on the ritual, the solemn ritual, the ancient ritual of coronation. Every jot and tittle and every last comma will be included in that service.
Good, because as well, you know, look, obviously I am at this point now legally obliged to say you don't look old enough to remember the first coronation, so there you go. But you don't, and I certainly don't. And this could well be a once-in-a-lifetime thing for me or various different other people. We want to see it in its full, you know, pomp and glory. Look at what the Jubilee celebrations have done in a rather mawkish sense, but nonetheless, the Queen's funeral did help to unite the nation a bit as well, in my opinion. I don't want to give in to these rabid people who are going, oh, I can't afford to heat my house, so King Charles needs to get coronated in a straw hut. You know, come on, do it the proper way.
Yeah, interesting that you say all that, because we'd only just come out of austerity, Labour Party austerity in 1953. And one little feature, which I haven't seen mentioned elsewhere, is that the aristocrats who attended were all allowed to buy the actual seats they sat in and take them home with them. And I think they were about £25 each. And they did. They were rather tasteful in a powder blue colour. That was to offset the cost of the coronation. So these concerns are nothing new. But it will be a very splendid occasion. There'll be plenty of pomp, marching bands, pipers. There'll be contingents from Australia, New Zealand, the Anzacs, the Canadian Mounted Police. They'll all be there. What there won't be is perhaps the carriage parades. We will perhaps not see there was Queen Salotti of Tonga last time, and other potentates riding in their private carriages. And the parade, you know, went up Park Lane, it went along Oxford Street, down Regent Street, Lower Regent Street, round Trafalgar Square, down Northumberland Avenue, along the embankment into Parliament Square. It was absolutely huge, and it went on, and the ceremony itself lasted 3 hours. Well, this time it'll be about an hour, and if you compare it, the Queen's funeral was about an hour, and that was perhaps appropriate. It will be a splendid occasion. It'll be history, and I assure you, I did see it, because that coronation ushered in the television age. My mother and father bought a television set they couldn't afford, a 12-inch black and white set, and somehow 17 people sat in our back room in Wembley and watched it.
Oh, fantastic memories. And it's these kind of memories that I want to pass on for other people of my generation, people of the younger generations, children, frankly, just kids, right, who will be able to say in however many years' time, I watched this coronation, wasn't it like nothing else I've ever seen? It was a fantastic ceremony, it was a fantastic show, not, oh, gosh, they did that on the cheap. Thank you very much, Michael. Michael Cole there, the former BBC royal correspondent, who still does not look old enough to have remembered that very first coronation. There we go. Right, OK, loads to get stuck into. Lots of you have been getting in touch with your thoughts on the NHS being on the brink of collapse. GBviews at gbnews.uk. Keep your views coming in as well on something we'll be discussing a little bit later on, the Pfizer revelations as to whether or not you felt a bit coerced, whether or not you felt as though Pfizer should potentially have been a bit more upfront early doors about the fact that that vaccine had not been tested when it comes to transmissibility. OK? But for now, the NHS. The NHS is always at breaking point. This is from Aaron. It's been a breaking point for the 28 years of me being alive. The biggest problem is that it's a massive money pit because they don't have any responsibility to provide the best service for patients. Well, actually, you see, you're wrong there, Aaron, because when service is not provided for patients, what they can say is they were too tired and too stressed. But there we go. Anyway, Liz says, the NHS has been on the verge of collapse since it was first set up. Until we have a root and branch reform of the NHS, nothing will change. Interesting, fascinating. I can't help but wonder as though maybe the quality of care would go up directly in terms of the amount of people who work in the NHS are paid. The only problem that I would have with that is you can Google how much every single role in the NHS pretty much is paid, right? So you know it going in with your eyes wide open. Trevor says, throwing money at the NHS has not worked for years. The NHS needs a good shake-up. Fire all the useless middle management and get back to basics. Yes, and with a series of emails there, not a single one of them mentioned the diversity officers, but there we are. Coming up, turbulence. Turbulence on the benches as Prime Minister Liz Truss faces mounting pressure from MPs on her government's economic strategy, and as well as the parole board is preparing to decide whether to release one of the toddler James Bulger's killers. His mother writes to Prime Minister Liz Truss calling on her to block the hearing. I'm not surprised. I can't believe this is even a question. Lock the guy up, throw away the key. Stay with me, Patrick Christie's right here on GB News Live. Before that, see you weather.
Alex Deacon here with your latest weather update. The weather continues to chop and change. Most places will have a fine, bright day on Thursday, but in the far south it'll be quite misty and murky. and there will be more wet and windy weather to come in the northwest. Right now, we've got this weather front slowly coming across the country, but there are more gathering out in the Atlantic. This is bringing outbreaks of rain to parts of the Midlands, spreading into eastern England through this evening, and damp and drizzly conditions developing along the southernmost parts of England and Wales. Further north, brighter skies to end the day, but then clear skies overnight mean it will turn quite cold across Scotland and Northern Ireland, parts of northern England too, well down into single figures. So a touch of frost in the countryside with all the cloud and the misty, murky conditions in the south. Temperatures are likely to hold up for some in double digits. So a grey start for much of the southern parts of England and Wales on Thursday morning. A lot of cloud, misty, drizzly weather, and that is likely to continue along the south coast for most of the day. For many, any early mist and fog should clear away, and then it's dry and bright with sunny spells for northern England, North Wales, most of Scotland and Northern Ireland, but we will see some rain getting into north coast of Northern Ireland and northwest Scotland later on as the winds start to pick up here. Temperatures close to average for most places. Still a bit damp and drizzly through Thursday evening across the south. A bit more rain coming into parts of Scotland, one bound sinking south, another one following on behind as we head into Friday. And again, it's a messy picture for Friday. Further rain coming up from the south, further rain spreading in from the north. But between those zones of rain, there will again be some sunny spells for parts of eastern Scotland and northern England. More blustery showers coming into the far northwest. So it is chopping and changing quite a bit, the weather over the next couple of days. Temperatures, however, always remain around average, but feeling a little colder to end the week across the north. Bye for now.
Weekday afternoons on GB News, we've got the whole of the UK covered. From 12 to 3, it's GB Newsday with me, Mark Longhurst.
And me, Gloria De Piero. You'll get the very latest on everything that's been going on across our great nation.
And from 3 till 6, watch out for GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. I'm not here to mess around. With all the biggest topics and guests, you will always be up to date. GB Newsday and GB News Live from 12 p.m.
Only on GB News.
The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hello there, it's Eamon Holmes here from Breakfast on GB News. We're not just on your television and your screens, you know.
We're on DAB plus digital radio, so you can listen to your favourite shows on the move.
If you've not yet listened to GB News Radio, it's very simple. We're on your radio player and tune-in apps, on your smart speaker, phone or tablet, or online at gbnews.uk.
Take us with you wherever you go. GB News Radio.
You never have to miss a moment of the People's Channel.
Join my show Farage, 7 p.m. till 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday. And there you will get opinion, analysis, debate, and I'll cover stories that nobody else dares to touch. You've been cancelled. Join the club. Oh, my goodness me. And then for the last 15 minutes, talking pints. We're over a drink. We have a civilised conversation with someone. We very often disagree, but we do it in a grown-up way. Come and join me on Farage.
Hello, I'm Simon Evans. Join me on GB News for Headliners at 11 p.m, where I'll be joined by two of the country's top comedians as we take a look at tomorrow's newspapers tonight. If it's a big story, we'll be covering it, I guarantee, but we'll also have some fun along the way. That's GB News Headliners at 11 p.m. We won't put you to sleep, unlike some of the other paper review shows out there. So join us, 11 p.m, 7 nights a week.
This is GB News Live with me, Patrick Christys. Coming up, pressure is mounting on Liz Truss to get the UK's financial affairs in order. Now, we've seen a bit of market turmoil, haven't we, since the Chancellor's mini-budget last week. But how does this all impact us directly? Our business and economics guru will be breaking it down for you, OK, about the money in your pocket. Plus, the mother of murdered child James Bulger is fighting to keep one of his killers behind bars, and I'm not surprised. With reports that he's committed crimes whilst on parole, we'll be discussing just how and what our justice system should be doing with repeat offenders. Do they deserve a third or even a second chance? No, as far as I'm concerned. Plus, the date has been set now for the King's royal coronation. That's right, but this time perhaps not bigger and better, but scaled back to reflect hard-up times. Less coronation, more Coronation Street, and I'm not a fan of that. Do you want a less glamorous coronation? Get the gold out, that's what I say. We need a bit of sparkle in our lives. That and much, much more coming your way. But before that, it's your latest headlines.
Patrick, thank you, and good afternoon to you. The top story today, the Prime Minister says she's absolutely sticking to her pledge not to cut public spending as she continued to defend her government's budget. Liz Truss fended off questions from the Labour leader in a heated PMQs this afternoon. That's her first time at the dispatch box since the Chancellor unveiled his mini-budget. Sir Keir Starmer labelled Kwasi Kwarteng's plans as madness and said it had sent the economy into turmoil. He called on Ms Truss and the government to reverse what he called the kamikaze budget.
Who voted for this? Not homeowners paying an extra 500 extra on their mortgages. Who voted this? Not working people paying for tax cuts to the largest companies. Who voted for this? Not even most of the MPs behind her who know you can't pay for tax cuts on the never, never. Does she think the public will ever forgive the Conservative Party if they keep on defending this madness and go ahead with a kamikaze budget?
Well, that was Sir Keir Starmer. The Prime Minister responded saying the budget will keep families secure for the next 2 winters.
It's made sure that we're going to see higher economic growth, lower inflation and more opportunities. The way that we will get our country growing is through more jobs, more growth, more opportunities, not through higher taxes, higher spending and his friends in the union stopping hard-working people get to work.
Well, the Bank of England has confirmed today its emergency bond buying scheme will close this Friday. Pension funds will need to find billions of pounds before the end of the week to make sure they can withstand market turmoil. The bank had been forced to intervene amid the continuing fallout over the Chancellor's mini-budget. Business Secretary Jacob Rees-Mogg says the Bank of England is in control of the tools to deal with inflation.
And the Bank of England must try and calculate what is the right pace to go for the UK economy. But you have to bear in mind that the way to stop inflation is through monetary policy. Everybody knows that. That is an interest rate tool that the Bank of England is in control of, and that is the mechanism that will be used to tackle inflation and already has been used.
Well, official figures show the UK's economy unexpectedly shrank by 0.3% in August. Experts had been expecting economic growth to flatline, not shrink. The Office for National Statistics says consumer-facing services like retail, hairdressers and hotels struggled, whilst there was a notable decrease in the manufacturing sector. Well, in news away from the economy, detectives looking for a woman who went missing 3 years ago have launched a murder inquiry after finding human remains. 19-year-old Leah Croucher was last seen on CCTV walking to work in Milton Keynes in February 2019. Thames Valley Police are searching a property where items belonging to her, including a rucksack, have been found following a tip-off from the public on Monday. And the police are saying specialist teams will remain at the property for a significant period of time. For the first time, the NHS has issued an amber alert over critically low levels of blood supplies. Non-urgent operations requiring blood could be postponed, as hospitals have been told to implement plans to protect stocks and prioritise supply. The NHS's overall supply of O-type blood, the universal type that can be given to just about anyone, has fallen to below 2 days. The shortages are thought to be due to ongoing staff issues. And in Ukraine, the brother of the mayor of Kyiv says Russia's president is deliberately targeting civilians. Yesterday, several areas of Ukraine, including the capital, Kyiv, were targeted by Russia, leaving at least 26 people dead and dozens more injured. Ukrainian former heavyweight boxing champion Vladimir Klitschko told GBNews Vladimir Putin is targeting civilian infrastructure to make up for losses on his battlefield.
Russia, Putin in this case, is the leader of the country, trying to put us all on a knee. So we freeze, we have no food, and try to dictate what we actually want to do and how we're supposed to live. And that's the strategy and tactic of Russia in this case, because on the front line, they don't have success.
The UK's government's representative has told the Supreme Court that it's obvious the Scottish Parliament doesn't have the competence to legislate for another independence referendum. The court's been asked to decide if Scotland's Parliament has the legal authority to go ahead and hold a second vote, Indy Ref 2, despite opposition from the UK government. Scotland's First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, intends to hold a vote next October. The two-day hearing ends today. That's it. You're up to date on GB News. More news as it happens. Now let's get back to Patrick Christis.
Yes, welcome back, everybody. Money, money, money again, as analysts are apparently warning that the pound could reach parity with the dollar after it fell sharply this morning, albeit briefly. It always seems to rise again, doesn't it? But there we go. Liz Truss faced MPs in the House of Commons earlier for a gruelling Prime Minister's questions, in which I must say I thought she performed rather well, actually. With the UK's spiralling economy as one of the main topics, the Prime Minister ruled out spending cuts, raising questions on how she plans to calm financial markets in coming weeks. But with the turbulent pound and pension funds reportedly falling into risk, it looks like the government has a big job on their hands. Well, a big job calls for a big guy, and that's right. It's time for our economics and business supremo, Liam Halligan, with On the Money. Right, Liam, we spoke last hour. Let's jazz it up a little bit. Moggy, moggy, moggy. What's going on with
Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah, there it is.
So Jacob Rees-Mogg is the business secretary these days. And some people felt that in his remarks this morning, he sort of attacked the Bank of England. What he actually said in response to journalists saying that the government's crashed the economy and caused this financial turbulence, he actually made a really solid point. Actually, you know, the day before the mini-budget on the 23rd of September, on the 22nd of September, the Bank of England only raised interest rates by 0.5%, and the markets were expecting a 0.75% rise. The Federal Reserve in the US had raised by 0.75%, 3 months in a row. So that meant the dollar attracted more money, the dollar got stronger and the pound got weaker. And it was a completely relevant point that he made. It was taken as an attack. And then when he appeared here on GB News, he spoke to Gloria and Mark Longhurst before the show with you. He said he believes the Bank of England is independent. He's not telling the Bank of England what to do. He kind of reined in that idea that he'd been attacking the Bank of England, and rightly so, because the worst thing that we could have now, Patrick, when the world's financial markets analysts are looking at the UK economy, they seem to have alighted on the UK for now because they know there's a lot of political turmoil, a Prime Minister who's quite weak in terms of her own parliamentary party and so on. He knows, I think he's right, that if you start to get open warfare between the Bank of England and the Treasury, then speculators really will attack the pound. They really will attack our bond market. They really will push up borrowing costs because the sort of governance structure of the UK will start to look dysfunctional. So what Jacob Rees-Mogg has been doing this afternoon has been trying to quell that idea that he's having a proper go at the Bank of England.
Could I ask you, it might be a point this, which is that actually it doesn't really suit the Labour Party or a lot of political opponents, or dare I say it, some of their opponents in the media, to have economic stability at the minute, because economic instability makes it more likely there's going to be a general election, makes it more likely that Liz Truss might be voted out, that the Tories might be voted out, etc. And I can't help but wonder, actually, exactly who is playing roulette with our economy at the minute when it comes to that. Could some forces potentially be deliberately stirring the chaos up in order to get what they want politically?
Yeah, I don't think, we should be surprised that Her Majesty's opposition is trying to, suggest that the government's caused chaos. That's what they do. That's why democracy is the worst possible system of government, except for all the other systems, as Churchill once said. I think Labour are being disingenuous when they say that Downing Street has crashed the economy, because I think what we're seeing on financial markets is the culmination of trends over many, many months, as you and I discussed yesterday and indeed in the last hour. I think the political and media class, a lot of ordinary people think this is a parlour game to them. A lot of us, we look sort of insulated from the real world. We don't really draw across the media from all sections of the population, socio-economically and politics as well. And so to a lot of people, it does look like we're having some kind of, parlour game with this, and it's just a sport for lots of us. It isn't a sport for me. It's a really serious thing. I think that there is a lot of financial insecurity out there, and I think it is irresponsible for politicians to try and deliberately stoke up fear, whether they're on the Tory backbenches and they voted for Rishi Sunak and they don't like Liz Truss, or they're on the opposition benches. And I think sometimes the public senses that, and I think the public is a lot more sophisticated than the political and media class think. And I think they see that. They see that people are playing games, and they take umbrage at that.
Especially in the particular economic climate that we've got at the minute. The last thing people want is for people to be playing games in the middle of a cost of living crisis.
Yeah, it's all very well for people to stand at the dispatch box and throw around totally, suggestions that the British economy is completely on its knees, and if you've got a pension, the pension's going to be taken away, and the economy is about to collapse. Meanwhile, an investment that was about to happen to create 1,000 jobs in a community that needs them doesn't happen. Meanwhile, a pensioner has serious mental health problems, unsurprisingly, because people on the telly are telling him or her that they're going to lose their income. So I'd like to see a lot more balance, a lot more responsibility, a lot more knowledge, actually, and even-handedness when we're reporting this financial turmoil. I like to think that's what you get here on GB News.
Absolutely, and that's why we're delighted to have you. Thank you very much, Liam Halligan, there, our economics and business editor. Good stuff, that. Right, so we're moving away from the money side of things now and towards justice, because there are reports that the Justice Secretary is ready to block what he calls and it is, perverse release of James Bulger's killer, John Venables. So Brandon Lewis will meet with James's mother, Denise, who wrote to Prime Minister Liz Truss in an attempt to block her son's killer from being granted parole. We all know the James Bulger case. Shocking stuff, sickening stuff, one of the most disgusting crimes that this country has ever seen, frankly. And Venables, who was one of those killers, has reoffended twice since being convicted of the toddler's murder in 1993. One of those times was for Category A child pornography, by the way. The parole board is preparing to decide whether to release Venables from prison. Absolutely unbelievable. I mean, for those repeat serious offenders who are actually released, should they be given new identities as well? This is the other kicker, right? Aside from the moral element of this, which is this guy kills a toddler, all right, he was a child himself, but then goes on to reoffend in a abhorrent and ridiculous way. You've got a child killer and a paedophile rolled into one, essentially, here. Both of those things are crimes where one may say that people should never actually be allowed to have the opportunity to rehabilitate, let alone get back out into the community. But anyway, should they ever be released in the first place? Should they be given a new identity if they are released for their own protection? Have they lost the right to protection, given the crimes that they've done? I'm joined now by former prison governor Ian Aitchison and by former prison inmate Ads Khan. Look, great to have you both on the show. Very, very controversial topic. It's a very difficult topic to talk about. Former prison governor Ian Aitchison, I will start with you. Let's just stick to the new identity element of it, really, I suppose. How do you feel about the idea that John Venables should be given, at the taxpayer's expense, a new identity if he's released?
Well, thanks for having me on, Patrick. And the first thing to say is that anybody with a shred of human empathy would feel for Denise Fergus and how she is repeatedly being traumatised by this horrific case. I'd prefer to talk about the harm, if I may, and can we get to the identity? Because the parole board haven't made a decision yet. And the decision that the parole board must make, which is then subject to new powers the Lord Chancellor will have on the release of the highest risk prisoners, should be based on harm. So if we look at the case of Venables, so he was imprisoned for an absolutely heinous crime, which had sexual and sadistic features to it. He's then sentenced to life, but he has a tariff that means that's the custodial part that the offenders, both with him and Thompson, have to serve. Which is appealed in terms of its sentence, and it gets longer and then shorter. But in any case, they're released after about 8 years. But they're released on life licence, which means that they can effectively be recalled to custody. And as you've said at the start, Venables has been recalled twice in 2010 and 2017 for offences that are related to the possession of child abuse pornography. Now, there's been a lot of research done on the relationship between the possession of child abuse pornography and future offending. But what we know about Venables is that he has offended in the most heinous way before. So if you look at all of that in the round and you consider what the parole board will have to do in relation to this second, I believe, on this current sentence, application for parole. The first one was knocked back. And if you think about the precautionary principle that the Secretary of State for Justice says must be now employed in terms of making a release, I cannot see any circumstances at all, meaningfully, where this man should be released from prison.
All right, Ads, I'll bring you in now. This is Ads Khan. He's a former prison inmate. Ads, I've got to be honest with you, for a chap, John Venables, who's spent a heck of a lot of time in prison, given the nature of his crimes, I'm surprised he's still alive.
Well, yeah, so am I. I mean, I think, and that's where the identity or the protection of his identity actually works. Look, there are winners, there are losers, and there are people that have not discovered how to win. And these are some of the people that you find in prison, and these are some of the people that can be rehabilitated. However, in my opinion, child killers, child predators can't. And Venables is continuously displaying that he's a threat to children. So I'm not surprised that he's actually going for his parole hearing, because that will happen. But whether he gets it is another matter.
Stick with you, Ads, for now, if that's all right. I don't know if you had, a fair few mates or whatever who were in prison. You've obviously had some experience of the prison system, right? And presumably the parole system as well. Do you regularly look at people, perhaps not as serious as the John Venables case, but look at people and think, I don't know how on earth you've got parole?
At some stages, yeah, I do. I think, how on earth do you get parole? Even when I was in prison, I used to see that. And I used to think, how have they actually granted you parole? But with the Venables situation, look, everybody deserves a second chances. And obviously, when I say that, I don't believe in child predators.
Yeah, of course.
But